It's the adventurer's awakening ceremony, and everyone rushes to grab the best weapon they can before the monsters arrive. They fight and argue like their lives depend on it, desperate to get something strong, enough to give them a chance. But among the chaos, there's one guy who just stands still, completely relaxed. He waits for everyone to calm down, then strolls through the leftover weapons, and picks the simplest, weakest thing, a common dagger. The others laugh at him, certain he'll never get a good class with such a useless weapon. But Jennifer ignores them. He knows exactly what he's doing. When the horde of monsters appears, the adventurers have 5 minutes to defeat as many as possible. Flying monsters swoop in from every direction, and while everyone panics, our MC reacts instantly. He knows their weak spots, and one-shots the first monster, shocking the same adventurers who mocked him a minute ago. The others finally gather some courage and start fighting too, but most of them struggle to take down even one. Meanwhile, Jean-Free dodges every attack with ease and drops flying beasts, one after another. After 5 minutes, the monsters vanish, and the adventurers are offered class choices based on how many kills they got. Plenty of them didn't manage to kill anything at all and can't choose a class whatsoever. Of course, Jean-Free defeated the most, so every class is available to him. Everyone expects him to pick swordsman or summoner, the so-called strongest classes. But he shocks them again by choosing the synthesizer class, widely considered useless. Jean-Free just smirks. He opens his inventory and combines the items he collected from the flying centipedes with his common dagger. The result stuns everyone. His synthesis succeeds, and he obtains the deadliest dagger centipede. It's the first hidden piece of equipment Jean-Free gets. And as you might guess, he's actually a seasoned gamer who beat this game countless times before ending up inside it. That's why he knows all the hidden equipment and exactly how to craft it. Our boy reflects that, while most adventurers believe strength comes from levels and classes. The real secret lies in special weapons, known as hidden rank equipment, items that can boost power far beyond ordinary limits. He smiles knowing that this sword is his first step toward greatness. The scene shifts to a lively town, filled with new adventurers buying gear. He walks through the streets of Road Beginner, the central town of Ground 1, recognizing every corner as if he's been there before. Someone offers him an apple, and as he eats it, he thinks about his next move. He already has his first hidden rank weapon, but he still needs to grow stronger. Remembering the game's structure, he knows there are 7 continents, each with an S-rank dungeon guarded by a powerful boss. In order to win, the adventurers need to defeat all 7 of these bosses. However, at his current level, that's impossible. So he decides to level up right away by going into a dungeon. He walks down the stairs, thinking that most people usually start with an F-rank dungeon, but the next moment, a teleportation portal appears before him, one that leads straight to a C-ranked dungeon. A message flashes on the screen showing the name, the Woodman's Forest, with the objective to defeat the boss monster. Standing in front of the glowing portal, he receives a system notification, warning that once he enters, he cannot leave until the mission is complete. Taking a deep breath, he steps through. He looks around carefully, recalling that this place normally requires a level between 17 and 30 to survive. With his beginner's equipment and level 1 stats, he knows he's walking on thin ice. A rustling sound catches his attention, and a level 17 devil plant monster appears. Without hesitation, he equips his centipede sword and measures the level gap. They both have a 16 levels difference. It's risky, but not impossible. He reminds himself that one hit could be fatal. The creature's tentacles whip toward him, but he dodges just in time, just relying on the attack patterns he remembers from the game. Spotting an opening, he leaps forward, strikes the weak spot, and triggers his sharp eyes skill. The monster dies instantly. A system message flashes, informing him that he has leveled up from level 1 to 10 in a single kill. Checking his stats, he notices a huge boost in HP and MP, along with 5 stat points gained per level. He puts all 45 points into defense, raising it to 72. Grateful, he looks at his dagger, realizing how much power it has given him. With this strength, he feels confident. He could even take on a B-ranked dungeon. However, he still hasn't used his dagger to its full potential. Smiling to himself, he decides to head deeper into the dungeon, where the boss is waiting. As he moves forward, 3 level 23 noir snakes appear surrounding him. He recognizes them as mid-boss monsters, and remembers that encountering 3 at once has less than a 1% chance before he can think further. One snake strikes. He dodges, muttering that their speed and aggression are exactly as. He remembers. Another lunges from behind, and he barely escapes. 2 more attack together, forcing him to jump back. Breathing hard, he forces himself to calm down, reminding himself that he knows their patterns and weak spots. He leaps high to land a strike, but one snake unexpectedly shields another, taking the hit for its ally. Our boy is stunned to realize that they're working together. Before he can recover, one of them bites into his shoulder from behind. He cries out in pain, but manages to slash back, killing it instantly. The system informs him that he has reached level 13. Panting, he sits down to check his stats. His HP is barely 8 points, and he realizes that his high defense has saved his life. The only reason he put all of his stats in defense was so that he couldn't get one-shotted. In this dungeon, the remaining snakes move to attack, but suddenly a notification pops up, saying that the Centipede Sword's second skill has been unlocked. With this, his agility moves up from 19 points to 190. Within seconds, he decapitates both snakes effortlessly. The sword's new ability, Quickness, has activated, giving him 10 times his usual speed whenever he's close to death. Looking at his trembling hands, he mutters that he's not dying yet. His level soon rises from 13 to 17, showing how much he's grown in just one battle. Later, he rests under a large tree, feeling both exhausted and proud. He knows his level is now high enough to clear the dungeon. Though he thinks about healing, he decides against it, because if his health recovers, his speed buff will disappear. Instead, he plans to rely on his experience and avoid taking damage. As time passes, he continues fighting and defeating monsters with ease. Corpses pile up around him. As he moves deeper into the forest, he decides to collect ingredients for another hidden item before facing the final boss. The list of items he needs includes water thorny vine, acidic berry, caterpillar skeleton jelly leaves, and others. He admits that the list for even a D rank item is long. Just as he complains about the grind, a bear monster attacks him from behind. Without hesitation, he slays it and sits on its body, signing that the experience feels too realistic for a game. Still, he knows complaining won't help. He stands up and tells himself to keep gathering ingredients before the boss arrives. After some time, he reaches the edge of a waterfall, having collected 2 ingredients already. He stretches out his hand for the third, when a familiar voice calls his name. He turns around, startled, and sees a group of people approaching. As they come closer, he realizes with surprise that they are people from his own village. One of them, a man with yellow hair named Julius, mocks him for showing up in such a dangerous place. He laughs at his basic synthesizer gear and calls him a poor loser who still uses beginner equipment. When his buddy asks if the hero is his friend, the guy explains that they only grew up in the same village, and adds that he was the poorest one there, with a dead father and a sick mother. Our boy quietly admits to himself that what the man said is true. His father died when he was young. His mother is bedridden, and his little sister takes care of her. Becoming an adventurer was the only way for him to earn money and support them. Realizing that he is being ignored, the yellow-hair guy gets furious. He grabs him by the collar, threatening to beat him up as he used to when they were kids. Before our boy can react, a deep roar shakes the ground. Everyone turns toward the sound, and a huge level 31 boss monster Cyclops emerges from the shadows. The friend of the bully freezes as he sees the massive monster. The yellow-haired guy shouts at him to run, but it's too late. He has become a target of the Cyclops, and there is no way for him to escape. Just as expected, he gets one-shotted by the boss. Trembling in fear, his friend collapses to the ground. While our boy studies the monster carefully, he knows the level gap is massive, and that the Cyclops' defense might make his attacks useless. Suddenly, the boss sets its sights on him. A notification appears, confirming that he has become the monster's target and cannot escape the battle. Accepting his fate, he draws his centipede sword and prepares to fight. As the Cyclops charges again, he dodges with incredible speed, boosted by the passive skill. He remembers every movement pattern from the game and counters swiftly. The yellow-haired guy watching from the side is stunned, since he can barely follow his speed, and wonders if this powerful fighter is really the same weak boy he once bullied. Our boy circles around the Cyclops, knowing that running alone won't win the fight. He climbs onto the monster's arm and tries to land a blow, but the Cyclops blocks and counterattacks. The hero leaps up, aiming for the weak spot at the back of the neck. However, the attack barely leaves a mark. The monster retaliates, forcing him back to the ground. The level difference is obvious, and each dodge drains his energy. Still, he refuses to give up. While avoiding the Cyclops' attacks, he realizes he needs a strong item to turn the tide. He already has 3 ingredients for a special compound, but needs more. Scanning the area, he spots the remaining materials lying near the bully. He rushes over, ignoring his frightened protests, grabs the ingredients, and runs toward the water to mix them. Working quickly, he brews an F-rank poison that drains HP every second. When drunk, a bully watches this and tells him that the Cyclops has high poison tolerance, so this won't do anything. Our boy assures him that he knows what he is doing. He then takes out venom extracted from Manhwa, the snake he killed earlier, and combines it with the new ingredients, creating a powerful, high-grade poison. He infuses it directly into his centipede sword. The yellow-haired guy can only stare in disbelief as a system message appears, announcing that the hero's weapon has gained the poisonous attribute. Our boy, however, smiles, since he knows that this is what his dagger is truly supposed to look like. As the Cyclops roars again, he faces it calmly, ready for the second round. He dodges its charge, leaps onto its back, and slashes multiple times. The poison begins to take effect, though the monster resists it at first. After several attacks, the high-grade venom starts breaking through. Its defenses now weakened and staggering. The Cyclops struggles to stay upright. Our boy climbs onto its shoulder, focuses his energy, and drives his dagger straight into its eye. His sharp eye skill activates, finishing the creature in one decisive strike. A system message confirms the victory, informing him that he has gained experience for defeating the monster. The yellow-haired guy, still trembling, can't believe what he has just witnessed. Terrified, he convinces himself that the hero might kill him next and runs away in panic. Our boy watches him go, confused but unconcerned. He opens his status window and smiles, pleased to see he is leveled up again, deciding to assign his stat points. Later, he checks his inventory and finds 3,500 gold and the Cyclops' canine tooth as loot. Satisfied, he remarks that the best part of solo play is keeping all the rewards for himself. He decides to send the gold home to support his family. Afterwards, he starts searching for a specific item called the Cyclops' Eye, which he needs to craft his next hidden item. It isn't that nice to look at, so he chooses to ignore it for now. Closing his inventory, he starts walking towards another dungeon. At the entrance of the D-rank dungeon, called Flat Plains, he stands silently, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The place reminds him of his early days. As an adventurer, he knows that to complete the game, he must defeat the demon lords across all 7 continents. To do that, He needs to find the next piece of hidden rank. Equipment hidden somewhere inside this dungeon. Inside, he stops in front of a statue of the divine goddess. He knows that clearing this trial will require another special material, along with the Cyclops' eye, which is why he came here in the first place. Soon he is seen fighting against dog-like monsters, moving swiftly as he cuts them down one by one. While fighting, he reminds himself that he needs to keep leveling up so he can defeat every demon lord in this world and finally bring peace to it. As he walks through the dungeon, his thoughts turn to his family. He tells himself that once he's strong enough, he'll earn enough money for his mother and sister to live comfortably. Villagers who once mocked them will finally stay quiet, wiping the blood from his face. He promises himself that he'll grow stronger, no matter what. News of his achievements soon spreads throughout the region. The Adventurers Association announces that a new adventurer, named Jean-Fry Vandred, with black hair and blue eyes, has broken a record by killing 33 monsters during the baptism ceremony and is now heading toward the starter village. The next news is about some suspicious adventurers who are overhunting cobalt birds. Back in the dungeon, our boy kills another monster and notes that he has already gathered every other ingredient he needs except for the feather of a cobalt bird. Strangely, even after searching for a long time, he hasn't seen a single one of those birds, though they're not supposed to be rare. He recalls that each continent has 7 dungeons. 6 range from F rank to a rank, and the 7th is an S rank dungeon ruled by a demon lord. Cobalt birds usually appear in this D ranked dungeon on the first continent, the one he's currently in, which makes their absence suspicious. Feeling that something isn't right, he puts away his sword and decides to head to the nearest city to gather information. Later he arrives in town and starts looking for a general store. He plans to ask around there. But just as he reaches the store's door, a loud voice from inside shouts for him to stop. Inside, several men are in the middle of a robbery. Their leader laughs and orders his gang to leave. As they shove our boy aside, they mock him, calling him a lucky catch. Watching them go, he realizes they've just robbed the place. Outside, he sees the same men push a little girl down some stairs. He rushes forward and catches her before she hits the ground. The thieves notice him but don't bother to stay, leaving in a hurry. The girl's mother thanks him, and soon after the store owner arrives, shouting that the Wolfpack Guild have stolen from him. Again, our boy asks who these Wolfpacks are, and the shopkeeper explains that they're a guild of thieves and hunters who recently made this town their base. The hero is surprised to hear that the group actually exists. The man adds bitterly that the recent disappearance of cobalt birds is probably their doing too. Realizing that they're the reason, he couldn't find the feathers. He grows angry. The shopkeeper continues, saying that the thieves don't care who they hurt, even women and children, and that he's planning to close his shop. Because of them, the hero watches him leave and shakes his head in disgust. To him, a guild should be a group of adventurers who protect people, not harm them. Thinking about the innocent lives the thieves have ruined, and how they've even interfered with his own mission, he decides to confront them himself. Later that day, he hides nearby and watches the wolf pack celebrating their successful robbery, surrounded by piles of stolen goods. He quietly observes, wondering where the cobalt bird feathers might be. After searching the area with his eyes, he spots some jars filled with feathers. Now he's sure they're the ones who wiped out the birds. Before he can plan his next move, one of the thieves catches him and demands to know what he's doing there. Our boy raises his hands and tries to make an excuse, but the man doesn't believe him and lunges forward with a knife. The hero dodges quickly, sweeps his legs, and knocks him out with a clean strike to the neck. The noise draws the others' attention. They rush and surround him and accuse him of being a spy from another guild. He tries to tell them he's not here to fight and only wants the cobalt bird feathers. But when they see their fallen comrade, their leader shouts for everyone to kill him. Realizing they won't listen, our boy sighs. Readying his sword, the thieves attack at once. One swings his blade, but our boy blocks it easily and counters with the flat side of his sword. striking the man across the face. The thief screams and clutches his nose, accusing him of breaking it off. The hero sighs, thinking he barely hit him, and that this chaos is unnecessary. He knows that fighting a whole guild alone is always troublesome. Suddenly another thief attacks from behind, but he ducks and kicks him down. A third charges with a spear, but he catches it and punches him in the stomach, triggering a system notification that confirms a critical hit and activates his sharp eyes skill. The man collapses, groaning in pain, while our boy apologizes softly before turning to face the next opponent. He dodges another attack, slashes his enemy's face, and knocks him out cold, standing among the fallen thieves. He says that he never wanted to fight them in the first place. One of the injured men, struggling to speak, asks what he's after. The hero answers simply, revealing that he only wants a cobalt. Bird's feathers. Seeing him distracted, the leader suddenly strikes from behind, but our boy senses it and blocks the blow. He recognizes the man as the one who shoved the little girl earlier. Both of them take fighting stances. He learns the man is Maso, the vice guild master of the Wolfpack Guild, and realizes he's facing a skilled opponent. The guy boasts about himself and asks if he has heard his name. However, the hero disappoints him by claiming to have never heard about him. This makes the leader furious, and he charges forward with his sword. Our boy mocks him, saying that his sword looks a bit cheap for a thief. The leader sees through the rage bait, but admits that the guy is more skilled than he looks. After our hero dodges all of his attacks, he starts attributing it to his rare weapon. He claims that he is an adventurer, and his weapon is nothing more than decoration. For him, what matters most is his class and skill. Even with that sword, he is still a newbie, since he is wearing the beginner armor from his synthesizer class. Realizing he has got it all figured out, the thief leader uses a skill to make his swords levitate and fires them at our boy. The hero blocks it using the centipede sword. The man claims that the hero is at a disadvantage, since he knows his class and what skills he can use. If he can just get rid of his blade, he will be utterly useless. On the other hand, he has no idea what skills he might use to attack him. Next, hearing this, our boy asks him if his class is thief, since the only skill they can use is stealth. This rage bait successfully works on the man, and he shouts that he is a summoner. This doesn't make things easier for the hero, since he knows that if the man uses his steel skill to take away his sword, he might have a hard time defeating him. He decides to end the fight quickly. When two of the thieves charge from behind, he flips away to avoid them and lands a clean hit on the leader's weak spot, triggering his sharp eyes skill. The guy collapses unconscious and screaming in pain. Our boy feels sorry, then warns the others to hand over the cobalt bird feathers if they don't want the same fate. One thief tries to bargain, but his buddy calls out the hero's actions and accuses him of being a rival guild spy. The situation escalates as more members return and surround him, angry that someone dared to attack their guild. They debate whether their vice master really lost, some refusing to believe it, and blaming excuses like drunkenness. Suddenly a voice calls out, and the thieves rush to greet their guild master, quickly reporting the incident. Our boy watches the man approach and realizes this is the guild's head. When asked which guild he belongs to, the hero calmly says he came alone and is not part of any group. The guild master laughs at the idea that one man did all this alone, and surprisingly, offers him a place in the guild as a reward for defeating the vice guild master. Our boy rejects the offer. He says he only came for the cobalt bird feathers and intends to avenge the shopkeeper and the girl, calling the guild trash for preying on the weak. He refuses to join. The insult enrages the guild master, who draws his weapon and challenges him. The hero dodges the powerful strike, which cracks the ground, and watches the master grow furious as he declares his intent to beat him into submission. Seeing the guild master's strength, he quickly realizes that this man is no ordinary thief. The next attack comes fast, and our boy barely dodges. The guild master keeps striking relentlessly, forcing him to move back. while thinking that he must finish the fight. Before his opponent activates a skill, he rushes forward to strike. But the guild master swings first. Our boy ducks under the attack, dodges smoothly and counters with a clean hit. The guild master, slightly shaken, admits to himself that even a blunt hit from his sword hurts, and that he shouldn't take such blows directly. Then, to the hero's confusion, the guild master puts away his weapon. Our boy wonders what he's planning, until it suddenly makes sense. The man yells his skill's name, and a wave of power bursts from his body. It's revealed to be Infight, a skill that doubles all physical stats for 3 minutes. When fighting barehanded, the guild members cheer proudly, while our boy realizes he's facing a brawler. Before he can react, the guild master charges forward and punches with terrifying strength, shattering a wall. When he barely dodges, the hero quickly understands that if even one of those punches lands, it'll be over for him. As the guild master attacks again, he counters at the perfect moment, using his sword's handle, activating his sharp eyes skill. A sudden system notification confirms the fatal blow. The guild master stumbles, vomits from the pain, and collapses lifelessly like a defeated beast. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining thieves freeze in terror, glancing anxiously at each other. One of them stammers in disbelief, realizing that the person who defeated their leader is none other than the adventurer he saw in the news. The group gasps together, finally understanding that the person standing before them is the blue-eyed prodigy everyone has been talking about. The hero, on the other hand, looks completely lost, unable to understand why they're reacting this way. When he calls out to them, even his voice terrifies them further, and they instantly scatter, running as fast as they can. Watching them flee, he stands there puzzled. He wonders why they ran, when they still outnumbered him, and more importantly, how they even knew his name. With a sigh, he decides not to dwell on it. The guild master still lies unconscious on the ground, so he chooses to take the cobalt bird feathers and return the stolen goods to the shopkeeper instead. After finishing his task, he moves on to his next destination, an B-ranked dungeon known as Sigrin. Falls deep inside one of its caves. He has just defeated a level 35 boss monster named Baphomet. The system confirms his victory and rewards him with experience points. Looking at the fallen creature, he shrugs, feeling that the battle was too easy compared to the intense fight he once had with the Cyclops. Leaving the dungeon, he heads toward a large plaza where the statue of the divine goddess stands. As he looks up at the statue, a wave of nostalgia washes over him. According to legend, unlocking this statue grants access to a second hidden treasure. Deciding to test it, he takes out the Cyclops eyeball and the cobalt bird feathers. He notices that the statue's left eye is hollow, perfectly shaped to fit the eyeball, and that one of the wings on its back has a small cavity that could hold a feather. Carefully, he places both items in their proper places. The moment he finishes, a system message appears, announcing that the wishes of the divine goddess have been fulfilled. The statue begins to shed tears of joy, and as the tears drop into a golden cup, he looks at the cup, and details of the new item appear before his eyes. It is called the Lucifer's Halo, an unknown ranked treasure that increases the wearer's luck by 100 points and holds remarkable durability. The ring grants 3 special abilities: the power to read the thoughts and emotions of others, a passive sense that detects the magic of both adventurers and monsters within a 3-mile radius, and a third mysterious ability that only unlocks after meeting certain conditions. Realizing how rare and powerful the treasure is, he smiles and understands why it was so difficult to obtain. He looks back at the statue and quietly thanks the goddess for her gift. As he puts on the halo, he starts to feel like someone, dead person who just came back to life. However, this appearance may help him, since no one would ever guess. He's carrying a powerful defense item. After obtaining the Lucifer's Halo, he makes his way to an S-rank dungeon known as Mount Agni. When he arrives, His excitement fades as he reads a notice on the wall, stating that the dungeon is so dangerous. Only teams of 7 or more adventurers can enter. Frustrated, he sighs, since he doesn't even have a team. He recalls that, after defeating the boss in an S-rank dungeon, the dungeon disappears, and later reappears somewhere randomly among the 6 continents. Determined, he reminds himself that, once he defeats the first Demon King, he'll earn a title, granting him access to the second realm. He needs to move forward quickly, but his thoughts are interrupted by nearby voices, admiring a famous adventurer known as the Flame Wizard. Turning toward the sound, he spots a bunch of adventurers and notices a young woman sitting quietly among them. Franna Ashbury, a 23-year-old level 45 wizard. As he watches, his mind reading skill activates, allowing him to sense her thoughts. She's eager to enter an S-rank dungeon, but lacks enough teammates. Seeing the opportunity, he smiles to himself, thinking how perfectly this works in his favor. He soon learns that her team has decided to split up, for now, since they couldn't find anyone else to join. Seizing the moment, he approaches and offers to help, suggesting they let him join their team. The group turns to look at him, but their eyes fix on mysterious death halo floating above his head. He immediately realizes what they're thinking, but ignores it. The brown-haired man in the group politely declines, explaining that they've decided to give up for now. Using his mind-reading skill again, he senses the man's feelings of consideration, as one of their teammates is injured and in the hospital. Understanding the situation, our boy turns to girl and asks for her opinion. Her worried expression makes it clear she's troubled. When he asks if she has a personal reason for wanting to enter the dungeon, she tries to brush it off, but her emotions betray her. He senses that she's anxious about her father, an explorer who went missing a month ago inside the same dungeon. Realizing this, he introduces himself properly, saying he also wants to enter the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. At the mention of his name, the group reacts with surprise. They recall hearing about him in the news, the one who defeated 33 monsters during the baptism ceremony. Despite looking weak at the time, in that moment, he finally understands why. People often react with fear or awe when they see him. Although the girl is surprised to learn who he really is, she still doesn't let her guard down. Something about him feels strange, almost as if he can read her thoughts. He feels like someone who has been through countless battles, and that instinct makes her even more cautious. Noticing her hesitation, our boy decides to wait and see if she'll accept him. After a brief pause, she finally agrees to let him join, but warns that if he proves useless, she'll leave him behind. Grateful for her decision, our boy quietly thanks his luck and the Lucifer's halo for helping things go smoothly. Time passes. When the group arrives at the S-rank dungeon, filled with erupting peaks and rivers of molten lava, our boy takes the lead as the vanguard, silently complaining that he's been given the most dangerous position. Behind him, a knight whispers to the girl, unsure if letting him join was the right choice. She coldly replies that if he's helpful, good, but if not, he'll serve as bait. A red-haired young man walks up to the hero, asking if he's really the person everyone has been talking about in the news. Feeling awkward, he admits it's probably him, though he sounds unsure. The young man looks doubtful, and the hero can sense the distrust surrounding him. Another brown-haired adventurer overhears the exchange and scoffs, calling him a liar and mocking the glowing halo above his head. Frustrated, he thinks to himself that they're all judging him by appearances, instead of realizing how powerful the item truly is. Just then, the Lucifer's halo activates its spell detection skill. Our boy suddenly feels a powerful surge of energy approaching. He quickly realizes that something big is coming, either a monster attack or an eruption. Acting fast, he warns the support team to use their protection skills immediately. The brown-haired man hesitates, clearly annoyed by him giving commands. But before he can argue further, the volcano erupts violently, hurling molten rocks and lava into the air. For a moment, the shield guy freezes in shock, unable to react, until our boy shouts to snap him out of it. The man activates his shield skill, forming a glowing purple barrier around the group, just in time to block the falling debris. The hero watches the scene with concern, noticing how much lava continues to fall, realizing they'll have to wait for the eruption to calm down before moving forward. Despite the chaos, the girl remains perfectly calm, reassuring everyone to stay still and wait until it's safe to proceed. She steps forward with calm confidence and quietly chants a spell as soon as the words leave her lips. A glowing magic circle forms beneath her feet, and a huge fireball begins to form above her head. She waits for the magic to charge completely, then raises her staff and releases the fireball with precise control. The blazing sphere shoots forward, exploding through the air and destroying all the falling lava and rocks in a single powerful strike. In moments, the deadly rain vanishes, leaving our boy astonished by the sheer strength of her magic. Before anyone can relax, the ground trembles violently. A loud crack echoes as the earth splits, open right beneath their feet. Panic spreads as the ground collapses under red-haired guy, named Arthur, sending him plunging downward. The hero reacts instantly, grabbing his wrist just in time. He pulls with all his strength, trying to bring the young man back up. But before he can, the ground beneath him also gives way. Both of them fall together into the dark abyss below. As they tumble through the air, the hero curses his luck, realizing that falling from his height could mean death. But just when he braces for impact, he feels something soft cushion their fall. To his relief, neither of them is hurt. Looking around, he discovers they've landed on the back of a gigantic, soft hair bat, at least 30 times larger than an ordinary one. He lets out a sigh of relief, silently, thanking the Lucifer's halo for its luck boost. However, their relief doesn't last long. The soft-haired bat's calm face twists into rage as it realizes two strangers have landed on it. The hero instantly senses the danger and warns the guy to move. Both of them try to scramble off the creature, but the bat's fury only grows. Our boy quickly explains to Arthur that the soft-haired bat isn't an ordinary monster. It absorbs any force that hits it, amplifies the energy, and releases it back as a powerful counterattack. The force from their fall had likely charged it up even more, making it extremely dangerous. The guy grips his dagger ready to fight, just as the bat opens its mouth wide. A shrill sound fills the air before the creature releases a violent sound wave, blasting chunks of rock in every direction. Our boy reacts instantly, pulling the man out of harm's way and throwing him behind for safety. He warns him to stay back if he wants to live, and turns to face the furious beast head-on. The guy watches from a distance, noticing the massive holes the bat's attack left in the surrounding walls. He realizes that if the hero hadn't pushed him away earlier, he might have been crushed just like that wall. Shocked by the monster's power, he questions if this is the type of monsters found in S-rank dungeons, but his thoughts are cut short by a sudden, sharp whistling sound. He turns his head and freezes in disbelief as the massive, soft-haired bat lies dead, defeated by a single strike. Back with the rest of the team, the girl focuses on her magic. A soft aura surrounds her as she uses it to search for traces of life. The brown-haired guy asks if she's discovered anything. She replies with relief that Arthur is still alive, but her mind stays on our boy. She recalls how he had been the first to sense the volcanic eruption, and how he risked himself to save the man. The more she thinks about it, the more she begins to wonder who he really is and what kind of power he holds. The rest of the team begins to discuss their next steps. The girl argues that searching further for the red-haired guy might only drain their strength before they even face the Demon King. Their main goal is to defeat it and bring temporary peace to the land. She assures them that the man is her younger brother and that he'll be fine on his own. She hides her worry behind a calm tone, silently praying for him and her dad to make it back safe. Meanwhile, deep underground, the hero learns from Arthur that leader of the group is his sister, and that their missing father had vanished inside this very dungeon. Understanding the situation, he asks if the guy is calm enough to continue, and decides it's time to move on. The red-haired guy follows, though confused about their direction, pointing out that the Demon King's lair is higher up the mountain. The hero glances at him and tells him bluntly that facing the Demon King at his current level will mean certain death. Instead, he decides to take Arthur down to the lower areas, where weaker monsters roam, so he can grow stronger. First, the guy feels torn, but knows he is right. He clenches his fist, determined to become stronger. Before long, they arrive at a large, open area swarming with fiery redbirds. He quickly realizes these creatures are far stronger than the soft hairbet they fought earlier, and facing a swarm of them at once could be suicide. However, our boy has other plans. Without a word, he grips his sword tightly and dashes forward. His blade flashes once clean and precise, instantly beheading a firebird. The rest of the flock screeches in fury and dives toward him, but he cuts them down effortlessly one after another. The red-haired guy can only watch in awe, realizing how overwhelmingly strong the hero is. But his admiration doesn't last long, as a sudden rush of heat warns him that danger is behind. He spins around, just in time to see a fire chicken diving straight at him, its beak glowing with flames. Acting on instinct, he leaps aside, narrowly dodging the fiery attack. The creature misses and circles back enraged. Without hesitation, the guy draws an arrow, since he knows it's dangerous to fight at close range. The arrow pierces through the monster's throat, and it crashes to the ground in a burst of sparks. He smirks proudly, feeling his confidence return. When he turns to check on our boy, the scene stuns him. Dozens of firebirds lie scattered across the ground, lifeless, and he stands in the center of it all, casually chewing on a roasted drumstick. He grins and offers the guy one, telling him it's firebird meat that tastes just like fried chicken. The man stares in disbelief, unsure if he should even touch it, let alone eat it. But the hero isn't eating for pleasure. Inside, he curses his luck, realizing he needs to eat 50 of these to gain the full enhancement effect. Just then his maniacal skill activates, flashing a warning, informing him that a large surge of energy is approaching fast. He stiffens, muttering under his breath at the bad timing. He looks up and spots a massive level 45 salamander creeping towards them. Our boy immediately recognizes the monster. It's the mid-level boss of Mount Agni, the salamander. But before he can act, a sharp pain hits his stomach and he vomits. His stats drop drastically by 30%. As he looks up, the salamander swings its massive tail toward him. He dodges, but the attack smashes into the ground, sending the kid crashing into a wall. He quickly checks on him, and the guy assures him he's fine. He tells Redhead to stay out of the way, while he handles the monster, watching the creature's slow movements. He jokes that maybe it also ate something bad. Then the salamander spits out bones, and our boy realizes they are human remains. The guy notices a sword lying nearby, and freezes in shock. The hero smirks, suggesting that they end the fight quickly, before they both start throwing up again. When the man recognizes the sword and torn clothing as his father's, rage overtakes him. The system alerts the hero that Arthur's killing intent is rising fast. His face twists in fury as he draws his weapon and charges at the salamander, shouting that he'll avenge his father. Our boy tries to stop him, warning him that he can't fight it alone. But the salamander strikes first, sending him flying again. The guy refuses to back down and swears to kill the creature. The hero grabs him, shouting for him to stop before he gets himself killed. He reminds him that this monster is far beyond his level, and dying here will only leave his family in pain. The guy finally pauses, admitting he can't forgive the creature that killed his father, and tears fill his eyes. The system then informs the hero that guy is blaming himself for being weak. Feeling sorry, he apologizes for yelling and asks if he can use the Inspire skill and what's in his inventory. The guy lists his items: some healing potions, a bow, arrows, and the soft-haired bat fire. Confused about how it appeared there, the hero smiles and explains that it's part of the hidden ability of a hunter, though he doesn't explain further, and instead tells him to focus on the plan. He outlines his strategy, confident that it will work. The guy listens carefully, and they both prepare. Our boy steps forward to face the salamander, asking for his support buff. The man activates his Inspire skill, summoning lightning that wraps around the hero, and the system announces the buff. His strength and agility rise by 30% for 5 minutes. The guy then gives him the soft hair bat fur, which he uses immediately. Feeling stronger, he rushes at the salamander, noting that its HP is enormous, and that normally it would take a whole team to defeat it. His first strike lands cleanly, spreading centipede poison through the monster's body. The guy supports him from a distance, shooting arrows that hit the salamander between its eyes. The weak point our hero had identified. The battle continues. The monster soon becomes covered in arrows, but then it roars and enters rage mode. The system warns them that its stats have skyrocketed. Guy feels the heat from where he stands, realizing how dangerous the fight has become. Instead of retreating, our boy plans to use the monster's boosted power against it. He strikes the soft-haired bat fur again, unleashing a burst of thunder, and realizes the salamander's weak point has shifted to its front legs. Arthur fires an arrow at one leg, while the hero attacks the other, activating his sharp eyes skill and dealing massive damage. The monster weakens, but before they can finish it, the salamander begins to regenerate. The archer guy panics, realizing that if it fully heals, they won't be able to defeat it in time. They'll lose unless they end the fight right now. He quickly reloads his bow and signals that he's ready. The hero nods and charges forward, determined to finish the fight. As the salamander lunges at him, he slashes at its head, then tosses the soft-haired bat fur into the air and calls out to the archer to take the shot. The guy aims carefully and fires an arrow, sending the fur straight into the salamander's open mouth. For a moment, nothing happens, and he worries the plan failed. Our boy calmly tells him to wait and count to 3. As he finishes counting, a huge explosion erupts inside the monster's mouth, tearing its body apart completely. The soft-haired bat fur has a hidden ability. It absorbs attacks and releases them, back with triple the power. Right after the explosion, the system warns him that his strength buff is about to end. He looks up, relieved that they finished the battle just in time. The two of them wait silently at the edge of the cliff. The hero doesn't want to listen to the guy's thoughts, so he removes the Lucifer's halo for a bit. Soon after, the sister arrives at the mountain peak with the rest of the group. The moment she sees her younger brother, she runs to him asking if he's all right. But as she gets closer, she notices the sword in his hands. Their father's sword, and her expression turns anxious. The brother explains in a trembling voice that he found both the sword and her father's clothes inside the salamander's stomach. Hearing this, she hugs him tightly, telling him she's simply thankful he's still alive and that he did everything he could. But her brother insists that it wasn't him who saved the day. It was our hero. Everyone's attention turns to our boy, who is silently digging a grave nearby, understanding what he's doing. The rest of the group joins in to help. Together, they bury the sword and clothes as a symbolic farewell. The sister and her brother kneel before the grave, quietly praying for their father. Watching them, he feels a pang of emotion as old memories of his own past resurface. Afterward, she thanks our boy sincerely for everything he's done. He simply replies that he didn't do much, and her brother survived because of his own strength. But Guy disagrees, saying he knows his limits well enough to understand that he wouldn't be alive if not for him. From slaying the salamander to saving his life, he made it all possible. He adds that all the rumors about his incredible strength were true. Our boy brushes off the praise, reminding them that their real enemy, the demon lordess, is still out there and needs to be defeated. The girl vows that she'll turn that enemy into ashes. The group then continues their climb toward the volcano's summit. Along the way, monsters ambush them, but she blasts them apart with her magic, while the hero swiftly cuts through any that get too close. Eventually, they reach the fiery peak. As they look around, wondering where the enemy is, the volcano suddenly erupts. From the flames rises a massive, terrifying creature, the demon lord himself. With a deafening roar, the monster mocks the adventurers, asking if they've come all this way just to die. Sensing danger, our boy shouts for everyone to fall back, warning that its first attack will be a fire breath. The girl immediately orders everyone to follow his lead. They all retreat except the hero, who stands motionless, facing the creature head-on. She screams for him to move. But before he does, the demon lord unleashes a wave of blazing fire. Flames engulf the area, and Shield Guy barely manages to create a barrier to protect the others. The brother cries out in panic, fearing that our hero has been burned alive. The monster laughs, confident that not even his bones could have survived. But as the smoke clears, my man is still standing, completely unharmed. Everyone stares in shock. The monster demands to know how he survived such intense heat, while our boy stands in front of it and mocks that it wasn't even that hot. The only reason he managed to survive the attack is because of the fire resistance buff he gained by eating all those firebirds earlier. Witnessing this, the demon lord smirks, admitting that he is indeed an interesting human. Guy breathes out in relief, grateful that his friend is alive, while his sister watches in disbelief, knowing that such an attack should have reduced any ordinary person to ash. And our boy smirks as he thinks to himself that eating 50 pieces of the firebird meat will give you fire resistance for 7 minutes. However, even that wasn't enough to block all the damage, so his health is nearly gone. It also means that his agility has increased significantly. The monster, amused, says it's been a long time since he's had such an entertaining opponent, and prepares for battle. It releases another wave of heat, and the air grows unbearably hot. All the adventurers in the area receive a burn status that drains their health every second. The girl shouts for everyone to hide behind the rocks before they're burned alive, and the group scrambles for cover. Even though they have protective equipment, the heat is still able to pierce through it. The brother peeks out and watches the hero, amazed that he's still standing so confidently in front of the demon lord. Our boy then declares that the warm-up is over, and it's time for the demon lord to die. The monster laughs loudly, saying he is unlike any human he has ever faced. He warns him not to get overconfident, just because he can handle a little heat, and vows to show him true power. Then, without warning, the demon lord dives into the magma below. The ground trembles, and moments later he bursts upward, launching a surprise attack. The hero reacts instantly, blocking the strike with his sword, leaving everyone speechless. Impressed, the demon lord comments again on his remarkable skill, calling him an intriguing human, before leaping back into the molten lava. The girl listens carefully and realizes the sound are now coming from underground. Our boy closes his eyes, focusing his senses, and when the demon lord suddenly erupts from the ground behind him, he dodges with flawless precision, thanks to his spell detection skill. Even the demon lord is surprised this time, since didn't think this attack could be dodged. He compliments his sharp instincts, but our boy calmly replies that it's not his senses. He just knows all of the movements he is going to make. Amused, the demon lord mocks him for being arrogant because of a little luck, then sinks back into the magma. The monster is still confident, since the hero wasn't able to hit back, despite sensing his attack. Tired of the taunts, our boy decides it's time to fight seriously. Using spell detection skill to track the enemy, he prepares to counter with a speed boost and deal a critical hit. The moment the demon lord bursts out of the magma behind him, he leaps high and slashes down, landing a powerful hit. He asks if the demon lord still thinks he can't hit back. Furious, the demon lord growls that he is getting too confident after a single strike, and calls him a filthy human who, like all others, only interferes with their mission. Our boy is a bit confused hearing this, since this dialogue wasn't in the original game. The monster dives into the magma again, but when he resurfaces, the hero is ready and lands another clean hit. A system message flashes, informing him that he has landed a critical hit. Thanks to his sharp eyes skill, the demon lord, surprised, wonders how he is predicting his every move. The hero smirks, inwardly proud of his timing. Suddenly the poison effect from his sword kicks in, and the demon lord begins to scream in pain. Enraged, he accuses our boy of using poison and relying on dirty tricks. My man simply mentions that it was too good of an opportunity to pass on, since he doesn't have any poison resistance, and he is just exploiting one of his weaknesses. The girl watches silently, realizing that this creature is strong enough to wipe out several parties at once, yet this strange guy alone is still standing against him. Meanwhile, our boy continues to mock the demon, challenging him to land a single hit. The demon lord roars in frustration, shaking the ground. The girl quickly warns everyone to stay back as the heat grows more intense. Her brother collects himself and realizes that he won't be able to help the hero if this goes on. The demon lord launches another massive flame attack, but our boy once again stands unharmed. Furious, the demon lord demands to know what ability he is using to read his magic, but my man simply mocks him, asking if he would use this as his excuse when he loses. With a sneer, the demon lord says that even if he can predict one attack, what will he do if 3 strike at once? Before the hero can react, the demon lord splits into 3 identical. He is shocked, since this wasn't something he ever saw in the game. All 3 figures dive into the magma and vanish. He realizes that while he can sense their presence, handling 3 attacks at once might be impossible. Suddenly, one demon lord appears behind him and slashes hard, dropping his HP dangerously low. Another one attacks, but he narrowly dodges, and despite the pain, feels a strange thrill from the challenge. Just as a 3rd demon lord appears to strike again, the girl casts Frost Explosion, freezing the enemy mid-attack. She yells that fighting 1 against 3 is hardly fair. The demon lord roars, threatening to kill her, but before he can act, our boy swiftly cuts his neck with a single strike. He tells the girl that they need to end it quickly, since only 2 remain. One demon lord charges the hero, while the other targets the wizard girl, roaring that he'll tear them both apart. Both of them block the attacks, our boy with his blade and the girl with her magic. He notices her spells and asks if she can use ice magic. She admits she can, though she prefers fire magic and rarely uses ice. He asks her how she got so close, without being affected by the heat. She calmly says she used ice to cancel out the burn effect, even if it won't last long. Hearing this, he tells her to keep it up for a bit more and stay still. Suddenly, he dashes forward with incredible speed and kills one of the demon lords easily, thinking that the poison he used earlier is working perfectly. The last remaining demon lord retreats into the magma. Again, he quickly orders the girl to fall back and leave the rest to him. She tells him that she understands, but she'll still help however she can. The girl then activates her sun flame magic, and a system window appears, announcing that the sun flame buff is active. Her magic boosts attack power and strengthens fire resistance for 3 minutes. Seeing this, our boy realizes that his fire resistance has now grown even stronger. She explains that as long as the buff remains on him, she can't use her magic, so that's all she's able to do for now. After that, she leaves the battlefield, and he calls out to thank her for the powerful spell. Inside the volcano, the demon lord rages in fury, muttering that he never imagined a human could push him this far. He curses our boy, calling him annoying, and vows that once he recovers, he'll kill every one of them. But before he can do anything, the hero suddenly appears before him. Bro taunts him for hiding and asks if he's too afraid to fight. The demon lord is stunned to see him, standing unharmed inside the volcano, unable to believe a human could survive in such heat. Before he can react, our boy attacks, striking him down with a powerful blow. The volcano erupts violently, sending magma shooting into the air, while everyone outside watches in disbelief. Moments later, he emerges from the eruption, overwhelmed with relief. The red-haired guy runs toward him asking if he's okay. One of the squad members immediately calls out for a healing potion. The sister smiles softly, saying that now their father's soul can finally rest in peace. Then a system window appears in front of our boy, informing him that he has defeated the demon lord and earned 800,000 gold. In addition, he also gets an S and a rank item. These are both rare materials. But it's not what he expected. The girl interrupts his thoughts and expresses her gratitude. Her brother admits they could never have survived without him. He smiles, saying they all fought together, and it wasn't just his victory. The sister mentions that she also received some rewards, but she feels bad keeping those items. Our boy assures her that it's fine, since she helped him with the buff. Still, the girl insists that he keep a part of the rewards, and mentions a B rank item called the Blazing Stone. The hero immediately lights up hearing the name, and asks if she would like to trade it for his S rank, Steel Claws. She seems surprised that he wants it so badly, but he explains that the Blazing Stone is more precious. To him, hearing this, she simply gives it away, since she doesn't care that much about it. Our boy jumps in excitement, shouting that he finally got the Blazing Stone. She blushes as she watches him celebrate. At the same time, he gets a notification from the Lucifer's Halo that the girl has a small crush on him. However, he also has someone jealous of him. He gets a bit annoyed by this, but it doesn't matter, since he has the Blazing Stone now. And it's time to head to Ground 2. The scene shifts to Road Begin, the central city of the Ground 1, where our boy, the wizard girl, and her brother meet again. She mentions that she and her brother have decided to take over their father's responsibilities and continue his work. The brother adds that the next time they meet, he'll be much stronger, and he thanks the hero sincerely for everything. Our boy smiles and says he'll look forward to that day. As he walks away, he reflects that he finally got the Blazing Stone, a key item that could only be found in Ground 1. It was all thanks to his past memories, but he also had a lot of luck on his side. Having already sent money home, he's ready to move on to his next destination. At a teleportation portal 2, adventurers notice him. One wonders aloud if that's the same person who defeated the demon lord, but the other laughs it off, pointing out that his gear looks like beginner equipment. Just then a new system window appears in front of him, asking if he wants to travel to the Ground 2. He presses yes, and as his body begins to teleport, the adventurers stare in shock, realizing that the unassuming man before them truly was the hero who defeated the demon lord. One of the bystanders laughs and says there's no way that could be true, insisting the other must be daydreaming. The scene then shifts to Ground 2, inside the bustling central city known as Second Life, or the city of raging desires. The first place my man visits in this city is the Grand Casino. While standing outside, a system window pops up on his screen, informing him that he has a missed call from Amelia, his younger sister. Curious about what she wants, he calls her back. She greets him warmly, but her tone quickly turns sharp as she questions where he is and what he's doing, worried that he might be involved in something dangerous. He assures her that nothing is wrong, though in his mind, he admits he hides his adventuring life from her and their mother to keep them from worrying. She keeps talking, saying she believes him, but then mentions that their mother's condition has gotten worse. The hero freezes at the news, sits down on a nearby bench, and silently vows to earn as much money as possible to pay for her treatment. Nearby, two adventurers chat about an upcoming auction. One asks if there are any rare items listed, and the other mentions high elf tears. This item immediately makes our boy interested. He knows that high elf tears are a key ingredient for crafting elixirs capable of healing almost anything, perhaps even his mother's illness. But he also realizes that such an item would attract countless wealthy bidders and could cost millions. It won't be easy to get, but he decides to find a way to earn enough money quickly, no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to an E-ranked dungeon on Ground 2 called the Eternal Snowfields. The hero knows that clearing higher-ranked dungeons is the fastest way to make money. The reason for visiting this low-ranked dungeon is a bit different. As he walks ahead, he meets a monster named Kashi. Our boy hands over all the items he collected during his journey The monster seems impressed and offers him a golden coin. In exchange, this isn't just a normal gold coin, but a rank item that can double the amount of gold earned by the player while holding it. Feeling satisfied with the deal, our boy decides to begin hunting monsters immediately. He clears wave after wave, earning a huge sum, and looks at his growing gold balance with pride. After all the hunting, he manages to collect 12 million gold, but he's not done yet, so he decides to head back to the city. Later, the scene shifts to a crowded underground club in Ground 2, a place he describes as a den of greed, where people are willing to do anything for money. Despite the shady atmosphere, he feels no reason to back down. Nearby, a man celebrates another win, boasting that his bad luck has finally ended. However, our boy can see right through him, thanks to the Lucifer's halo, showing him that he has made over 10 million gold. By cheating, realizing the man is both corrupt and rich, he decides that he's the perfect target. The bald guy notices him and welcomes him with a smirk. The hero plays dumb and claims to be a new player, when in reality, he used to be a regular here in the game world. Believing he's found an easy mark, the bald guy suggests playing a roulette game called Queen of the Casino. He even offers to let him choose the betting amount, confident in his winning streak. Just then, our boy reads the dealer's mind and realizes he is preparing to cheat. Turns out that the dealer is also involved in the cheating. My man finds the situation amusing, thinking to himself that this casino hasn't changed at all since the last time he was here. The game's mechanics come back to him easily. In Queen of the Casino, the dealer throws 2 balls across the roulette board, and each player selects 2 numbers. The outcome depends on where the balls land. If one number matches, the player wins half their bet. If both match, the reward is doubled. If neither matches, the bet stays, and the game continues until someone wins. Players can't pick the same number twice in a single round. Feeling smug, the baldy asks the hero for his numbers and the amount he wants to wager. Our boy stays perfectly calm and chooses red 36 and black 10, betting 10 million gold. Both the bald guy and the dealer freeze in shock, staring at him as if they misheard. My man looks at them with a smirk and repeats his betting amount, while both of them are frozen. He reminds them that if they don't pick their numbers before the ball stops spinning, they'll lose automatically, so they'd better hurry. As the ball spins, the dealer stares in disbelief, unable to understand how he managed to predict the number he targeted so accurately. Meanwhile, the hero simply smiles and reminds him to choose his numbers. The bald guy whispers to the dealer in panic, demanding to know what number to choose. Inside, the hero smirks to himself, grateful for his skill, which allows him to see through everyone's intentions. He even knows that the dealer's real class is Hunter, with a special skill called Snipe, one that guarantees perfect accuracy. A moment later, the ball stopped exactly on red 36 and black 8. Just as he predicted, he calmly claims his victory, saying it must be his lucky day. Deep down, he knows that this is all a scam, where the dealer already knows the target numbers, thanks to his skill, and relays it to the player. However, it didn't work this time, since our boy was a gambling veteran. Furious, the baldy accuses him of cheating, and the dealer quickly supports the accusation, calling for the manager. The manager arrives surprised to see a bet worth 10 million gold and suggests that they talk outside. Our boy immediately senses that the conversation won't be as peaceful as it sounds. His instincts prove right when the guards rush toward him. Without hesitation, he kicks a table toward them and knocks one of them down with a punch. As the fight breaks out, more people surround him. One tries to shoot at him, and the bald guy even brings out a knife. The hero reacts instantly. He grabs the bald guy and throws him straight at the shooter, taking both of them down. Watching the chaos, the manager mutters that he is far more troublesome than expected. One of the employees whispers that this must be the same person who broke the baptism ceremony record. On the news, hearing this, the manager stiffens, realizing how dangerous the situation has become. Another person adds that if this young man is really here on the ground too, it must mean he has already defeated the demon lord. Annoyed by their whispering, The hero demands that they stop wasting time and either throw him out or continue the game. The manager quickly changes his attitude, bows to him, and apologizes for accusing him. Outwardly, he pretends to be respectful, but deep down, he still wants to screw him over, since he thinks he's just a newbie. The manager politely asks if there's any way he can make up for the misunderstanding. Our boy lets out an evil smirk and asks for all the money they have in the club. Shocked, the manager stammers, asking if he means everything. He confirms and adds that he also wants the auction invitation when the manager hesitates. He warns him not to play dumb, reminding him that he already knows all their dirty tricks. He threatens to report them to public security or come back to ruin their business if they refuse. Nervous and sweating, the manager agrees to give him everything. The scene then shifts to the grand auction hall of the Second Life Center. The hero checks his balance and notes that it's not as much as he expected, but still enough for what he needs. He knows this auction might be his only chance to get the High Elf tears. After handling the casino's manager, he managed to secure an invitation and enter the hall. Now all he needs to do is win the bidding. Meanwhile, back at the second club, a notice declares it permanently closed. Inside, the furious manager curses our boy for taking everything from them. Just then the branch manager arrives, and the scene once again changes. Back to the auction hall. The auction finally begins, and the host announces that 11 items will be auctioned. Today, all rare and verified through the system. The first item presented is Orcish Sword, which is a collector's item, but it's still a rank. The bid for the sword starts at 2 million gold. As the auction continues, our boy reflects on what he needs for the elixir. High Elf tears, the ice chimera's Fong, and ancient red soil. Normally, these items could only be found in dangerous dungeons, spread across the continents. But to his surprise, all three are available at this very auction. Soon the Azure Dragon liquor appears on display, and he realizes that if he can get this item, he may be able to craft his hidden equipment much quickly. The next item shown is the Ice Chimera's Fong, a rare monster drop from S-ranked dungeons. The starting bid is 500,000, but someone immediately raises it to 10 million. Our boy is shocked, but when he looks back, his shock grows even more to see the casino manager. He realizes that the guy played him since he had more gold. Even though he has the gold to make a bid for this item, he decides to save it for later, since he really wants the tears of the High Elf. With that, the Ice Chimeras Fong go out to the manager, who is part of the Wind Snake Guild. It is a huge, intercontinental guild with more than enough money. Even though our boy knew this guy was part of the guild, he underestimated just how powerful the guild was. The branch manager looks at the hero and asks if he was the one who caused the mess. The manager explains how he not only stole their money, but also took their auction invitation and used it publicly without hesitation. Hearing this, the branch master declares that they can't just ignore the insult. They must make an example of him and show everyone what happens when someone dares to cross the guild that controls this country. Meanwhile, the announcer reveals the next item, the ancient red soil. It's a mysterious item, said to exist only in S-ranked dungeons on Ground 3. Even though the bid starts at 7 million, our boy immediately raises it to 50 million. Startled, the announcer repeats the amount allowed for everyone to hear. But before long, a new bid of 200 million comes in from the Wind Snake Guild, shocking everyone, including the hero. He expected competition, but never imagined the price would jump so high. Their wealth and influence clearly go beyond anything he can match. As the crowd buzzes, he reads the manager's mind, figuring out that the Snake Guild plans to sabotage all his bids as revenge for what happened earlier. Realizing this, he feels the pressure mounting. If they keep interfering, he might lose his only chance to get the High Elf tears, and retrieving it later will cost him far more time and effort. Fighting against such a powerful organization with money is impossible for him. Still, as he thinks it through, a new idea begins to form. Something risky, but perhaps his only option. He sighs, knowing this won't end peacefully, and starts betting on every item. Just as he expected, The Wind Snake Guild starts to overbid on items that are not even useful. They even spend 300 million on the Azure Dragon Liquor. Our boy pretends to be annoyed, which makes the manager laugh, as he declares that he won't stop until he gets every item in the auction. Internally, the hero laughs, telling them that they are the fools, since his plan was to make them bid for it all along. Finally, it's time to auction the tears of the High Elf. It's described as holy and beautiful, something said to steal hearts and tears alike. The bidding starts at 50 million, but our boy instantly raises it to 500 million, shocking everyone. My man knows he has to lock in for this item, since he can't let it go. The manager furiously doubles the amount, bidding 1 billion gold, thinking that he will win. However, their bid is marked invalid, since they have already reached their item limit. The manager is speechless. The announcer explains that according to the rules, a single bidder can only win up to 5 items. The Snake Guild has already reached that number, so they can't bid anymore. This regulation was made to stop monopolies on rare items. Furious, the manager argues that he had no idea about this rule. Our boy knows that this isn't a normal auction, but a special one, approved by the Adventurers Association, designed to keep things fair. The organizers should have made the rule clear, but they didn't. The auctioneer then announces that the High Elf tears are sold to the man wearing the halo for 500 million. The crowd claps, while our boy isn't too happy with his new name. On the other hand, the manager starts losing it. He accuses him of humiliating him and says that he won't let it go this easily. Before he can cast a spell on him, our boy warns him to calm down and settle matters outside, instead of causing chaos here. He tells him not to drag innocent people into it. The manager, still furious, considers attacking him, but the branch master steps in and orders him to stop, reminding him that using violence here would bring punishment from the association. The manager stays quiet and the auction ends. Later, the hero sits outside reflecting on the chaotic event. He admits things turn out unexpectedly, but feels relieved that he managed to win. The High Elf tears. The other 2 items were taken by others, but he believes he can get them eventually. Still missing the Azure Dragon Liquor bothers him, as it would have helped him craft his next hidden item much faster. He sighs, realizing he can't do anything about it now. Just then a girl approaches and talks about his halo, saying that he is wearing such rare equipment. My man stands up silently and wonders who she is. She apologizes for her sudden question and asks if he knows the Wind Snake Guild's branch master. Surprised, he asks what she means. The girl explains that the long-haired man, beside the angry manager, was actually the branch master of the guild's ground 2 division. The hero admits he doesn't know him personally and was only involved with the guild due to a different matter. Then he asks who she is, while she claims that she is going after the guild due to personal reasons. He uses his mind-reading skill to get out the truth. Her name is Mila, and she has been assigned to investigate the guild by the Adventurers Association. He immediately realizes she must be in the League of 8, comprised of elite S-rank adventurers, officially recognized by the association, who handle special missions in exchange for great rewards. These people are powerful, respected, and wealthy. This brings him back to the past, when he finished the game and joined the League of 8. To kill time, he asks her why she is still waiting here, since the branch manager is already gone. The girl says she plans to continue her mission, but wants to ask one more. What exactly is that floating halo, and where did he get it? He quickly realizes she doesn't know about hidden equipment, rare items not approved by the association, and if she learns the truth, it could cause problems. So, he pretends not to understand what she's talking about. Just then, he reads her mind and realizes that she is only interested in the halo because it looks cute. She senses his nervousness and asks if something is wrong. He brushes it off, saying it's just a long story that would take too much time to explain. This makes her a bit annoyed, but she lets it go, saying that she will find the item on her own. He watches her leave, surprised by how unique she is. Equipment geek, who also happens to be one of the 8 elites, and judging from her composure and strength, probably one of the top ones among them. Meanwhile, the girl is also thinking about him. Even after all her travels across the seventh ground, she's never seen any equipment like the one he has. She begins to wonder who he really is. Later, we see our boy defeating the boss. In a ranked dungeon called the Moonlit Wilderness, the boss monster drops the goblin's glove of thievery, which is exactly what he wants. He reminds himself that his real goal is to reach the S-ranked dungeon to obtain the Ice Chimera's Fawn. But before that, he needs to collect a certain hidden piece of equipment. To do that, he must steal the Azure Dragon liquor from a guild, since he needs it to craft his next hidden item. Using spell detection to track their location, he soon discovers that the elite girl is hiding here. She also spots him, wonders if he's following the Wind Snake Guild. Meanwhile, the manager, along with the branch manager, enter a secret passage. The two of them enter the Wind Snake Guild's private biotope, where the branch master examines rows of blooming flowers. The manager asks about the harvest, and the branch master replies that it looks promising, enough to sell at a high price. The manager smiles, relieved that they might finally recover their lost funds, and leaves to gather more workers. Just then our boy appears behind him, casually commenting that flower farming seems to be their hobby. Both the manager and the branch master freeze in shock. The manager shouts angrily, demanding to know if he's been following them. The hero calmly points out that the flowers, moonlight azaleas, are ingredients for magical doping. The branch master narrows his eyes, asking if he is an agent from the Adventurers Association. The hero denies it, explaining that he only wants the Azure Dragon liquor. If they give it to him, he'll leave quietly. The manager explodes in anger, calling him an arrogant fool, and asking if he has any idea who he's dealing with. Before he can attack, our boy vanishes and reappears behind him in an instant. From a distance, the elite squad girl observes the entire scene. Listening closely, the hero tells the manager not to misunderstand, as he isn't here to fight, but to talk, and he's even willing to pay for the item. The manager snarls that his real target during the auction was the Azure Dragon liquor, and declares he'll never hand it over. He draws his dagger and charges at him, but he dodges effortlessly and counterattacks, striking the man's neck in one swift motion. The manager collapses to the ground unconscious. The girl watches in disbelief as he defeated him with a single blow. She wonders what kind of weapon he used, since she's never seen a short sword like that before. The branch master, however, remains calm and tells him that he's brave for standing against criminals like them, but now he's gone too far. His patience has run out, and he must pay the price. Our boy smirks, saying he's also tired of holding back, and is ready to fight seriously. From her vantage point, the girl stays focused, eager to see how the hero's weapon performs in real combat. As the fight begins, our boy immediately senses that the branch master's level is higher than his. Their blades clash fiercely, and he seems to be struggling a bit. The girl recalls hearing about him from the association, since he is the new adventurer who broke every record during the baptism ceremony. Watching his movements, she can tell he's skilled and sharp in combat, though Simone, the branch master, clearly has more strength. The branch manager finally lands a strong hit, sending our boy crashing backward. He smirks impressed, saying that he is doing well for a beginner, but still can't hope to beat him. Mocking him further, he asks if he really believes he's some kind of hero who never gives up. Our boy wipes the blood from his lip and says that being a hero means nothing to him, as he only follows his goal and won't stop, matter what. The guy laughs at his words, calling him a Na'vi kid, then charges forward again. Our boy blocks each strike and continues pressing on, refusing to back down. The branch manager begins to feel uneasy, as something about his movements feels off. He hadn't planned to use his class skill, but this opponent seems different. Watching closely, both he and the girl realize that the hero is dodging all of his attacks with his eyes closed, purely by sensing the magic around him. The elite girl has never heard of such an ability and notices that he hasn't used any visible item. This makes her think it must be a hidden skill from his mysterious equipment. The guy manages to block his strike. But before the next move, a glowing system window appears before our boy, informing him that he has successfully unlocked the third skill of Lucifer's Halo. To unlock this ability, he had to raise his spell detection level to 252. Spell detection level increases by blocking enemy attacks during battle, and the stronger the enemy, the faster the progress. Through his fights with the branch manager and the demon lord of Ground 1, the hero has now maxed out this hidden parameter. Reading it, he realizes how fast he leveled up and feels lucky that the branch manager's strength helped him reach the requirement early, just as he's lost in thought. The guy drives his sword into the hero's chest, mocking him for daydreaming mid-fight. He tells him that he lost because he underestimated the world, as there will always be someone stronger. But suddenly, my man appears behind him completely unharmed. Calmly, he tells the guy to keep talking about who's stronger or weaker. The branch manager freezes in disbelief, since the hero was just stabbed. Yet he's alive and standing behind him. He wonders if he used some kind of class, skill, or a hidden ability. Our boy tells him he's getting too emotional, and it's embarrassing to see. Watching from afar, the elite girl senses something strange about his presence, something unreal. The guy looks down and sees that the hero's body in front of him has vanished, but the sensation of hitting him felt real. Before he can make sense of it, our boy appears again and attacks. This time he can't even track his movements. He glances down, realizing that the hero's blade is already piercing through his chest. In shock, he demands to know what just happened. The girl watches as the man screams in pain, though he appears just fine on the outside. This is all thanks to the third skill our hero just unlocked. It causes any person whom he makes eye contact to have hallucinations. The girl then steps out from the shadows, and he greets her with a smirk, remarking that she must have enjoyed tailing him. She responds calmly that she wasn't following him, and her real target was the branch manager. Our boy laughs as he starts walking away, asking her to take care of the rest. But suddenly he pauses, realizing there's one last thing to do. He opens his inventory, equips the goblin's glove of thievery, and walks toward the manager's body. Using the gloves, he extracts the Azure Dragon liquor, thinking to himself that it will help him defeat the second demon lord much faster and ultimately heal his mom. The girl keeps staring at him, which makes him nervous. He asks if something's wrong and clarifies that everything he's doing is perfectly legal. She assures him she has no issue. So he waves goodbye and walks off. Watching him leave, she reflects that there's no proof he used any class, skills, or prohibited items during the fight, which means the power must come from that halo on his head. It isn't on the association's forbidden list, so technically he hasn't broken any rules. Still, she concludes that he is far from an ordinary adventurer. The scene then changes to Ground 2 at Tover's workshop. The hero finally arrives with a smile, as it's time to craft his next hidden item. Using the liquor, just as he's about to enter, two men storm out yelling at someone inside, complaining about an old blacksmith who keeps boasting about being legendary. Our boy chuckles inwardly, knowing exactly who the man is talking about. Tover, the legendary craftsman, who only listens to those who bring him special gifts. When he steps inside and politely calls out, "Excuse me," a hammer suddenly flies straight toward him. He blocks it effortlessly with a piece of wood. Standing before him is the grumpy old blacksmith himself, glaring in annoyance. He growls that he's tired of random kids interrupting his work and insists he has no time or equipment for them. Our boy sighs inwardly, realizing he hasn't changed at all. Still, he asks the old man to just hear him out for a moment, but the old man naps back immediately, warning him not to use his name so casually. My man proudly shows him the Azure Dragon liquor and mentions that he brought something special just for him. The old man is stunned to see such a rare drink in his hands and excitedly demands it. Our boy remembers that in the game, offering this old man he Azure Dragon liquor makes him drunk and friendly enough to forge an rank equipment. But that's not what he is looking for. He then takes out the blazing stone and shows it to the old guy. Impressed, he invites him inside, where our boy pours the wine. The old man becomes emotional, reminiscing that his late wife used to love this wine, especially when it was warmed with blazing stone. The hero smiles quietly, thinking that he has triggered the hidden event he was aiming for. He recalls the offering. Only the wine grants S-rank equipment, but combining it with a blazing stone unlocks a hidden rank equipment. The night passes with the old man drinking and talking until morning. When the sun rises, our boy notices that the old man has stayed awake all night. Feeling grateful, he cheerfully promises to forge something truly special as thanks for the hero's thoughtful gift. He gratefully accepts, already expecting such skill from the legendary blacksmith. The final item is the third piece of the hidden equipment. It's a powerful piece of leg armor, which gives him free movement and the ability to teleport. It also has a skill that's still locked. With this item, our boy feels like he is ready to head into the S-rank dungeon called Grace Castle. Hearing that, the old man hands him a non-alcoholic liquor as a gift. The drink has a special effect that makes the body extremely warm. He then warns our boy about the S-rank dungeon and reminds him to be cautious of the Ice Demon Lord, known for its cunning nature. The hero thanks him and sets out for the ground 2, where the S-rank dungeon Grace Castle stands covered in snow and surrounded by adventurers. When he arrives, he immediately feels the biting cold and takes out the liquor the old man gave him. After drinking it, he feels pleasant warmth spreading through his body, and his status window shows that the effect will last for the next 100 minutes. Relieved, he smiles, thinking that he won't need heavy winter clothing anymore. Nearby adventurers notice him and start whispering some mock his light outfit, thinking he's underestimating the cold, while others laugh at the glowing halo above his head, assuming he's just a clueless rookie. Suddenly, a timer window appears before him, showing he has only 1 hour and 59 minutes left. He quickly realizes he needs to hurry. The S-ranked dungeon in Ground 2 have a strict 2-hour limit, and if players stay beyond that, they're forcibly teleported out and lose half their entry fee in gold. As a penalty, our boy briefly remembers his early days, when he had to earn more money and get new equipment. Because of this penalty, with renewed focus, he moves ahead and spots a group of adventurers battling monsters. He notes that many people are already ahead of him, but reminds himself that his goal is to reach the Demon Lord's Hall to obtain the Ice Chimera's Fawn. Up front, 2 adventurers complain about how slow their progress is and worry they'll run out of time. Suddenly, a level 82 monster named Cunicornis appears in front of them. The adventurers shout in frustration, realizing that more delays mean they might never reach the Demon Lord's castle. And while they struggle, our boy glides past them effortlessly, leaving both the monster and the adventurers stunned. The movement feels so smooth that he feels like he is walking on air. This is all thanks to his new shoes that the old man crafted for him. Walking a bit further, he comes across 2 flying monsters, but he swiftly eliminates them and continues toward the castle. The other adventurers stare in disbelief, murmuring that he must be some kind of spirit because he's literally flying with a halo on his head. Bro even got the monster praying for him. It isn't long before he finally reaches the castle of the Demon Lord. He feels a surge of excitement as he realizes it only took him 5 minutes. At the gate, he spots the elite girl and groans inwardly, wishing he didn't have to encounter her. From her actions, he deduces that she's also after hidden equipment and wonders what someone of her rank is doing there. The girl examines the gate, muttering that her information suggests someone is hiding inside. She knows that the Demon Lord is also inside, and any adventurer can't stay in the dungeon for more than 2 hours. However, the person inside just might have a trick to do it with a single strike. She demolishes the huge door and walks inside. Our boy is impressed by her strength and simply follows in her footsteps. Before he can enter, waves of monsters appear from behind. Without hesitation, He uses his teleportation to bypass them all, instantly moving deep inside. A notification confirms that he has now reached the 9th floor of the main castle. To reach the Demon Lord's chamber on the 10th floor, he knows he must defeat the mid-boss first. Confident in his new leg gear, he prepares to set a personal record. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the castle, the guild master of the Wind Snake Guild just betrayed his party members. He scolds them harshly for keeping him waiting, and without warning, decapitates one of them. The timer above his head increases to 2 hours, 42 minutes. As he steals the time from one of the adventurers, the guy mutters about wandering around the dungeon and demands to know who will repay him for all the treasures and gold he missed out on. When one of the terrified men begs for mercy, he ignores him and starts cutting them down one by one. The timer now shows 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 58 seconds. Soon after, another man pleads desperately not to die, but he strikes him down as well. Calmly, he turns to the last survivor and asks if these were the only people who entered today. Clearly dissatisfied with such a small number, the terrified man hurriedly apologizes to him, explaining that they're trying to gather more people, but need a bit more time. The guild master responds coldly, asking if he should simply use him as a replacement. Instead, panicking, the man bolts away, promising to deliver more people as soon as possible. As he runs, his mind races in fear, as the guild master is killing others, just to steal their time limits. It becomes clear that he intends to stay inside the dungeon much longer than allowed, and the man wonders in horror how many more lives he plans to take. Meanwhile, the guild master reflects to that. The branch manager was captured by the girl from League of Eight. He knows how the association works. They always begin by targeting guild executives before destroying an entire group. He knows they might be able to track him down, but he has the advantage here due to the time limit. Meanwhile, our boy is chilling on the 9th floor. He enjoys the freedom of combat, thinking how fun it feels to fight this way. Yet he senses a massive surge of magical power coming from the 10th floor, which is probably caused by the Demon Lord. But there's something else too. A presence even stronger than the Demon Lord itself. Though curious, he reminds himself that his priority is still the Demon Lord. After slaying more monsters, he confidently moves forward, ready for the next mid-boss. Suddenly the door opens, and the elite girl from before enters the floor. Our boy realizes she is the source of that overwhelming second energy he sensed earlier, and feels relieved that he noticed her before she noticed him. The girl, on the other hand, feels strange, since all the monsters are already dead. Before she can move further, 2 level 92 golems suddenly appear behind her. She realizes that something must have triggered this mid-boss's sudden arrival. Without wasting any time, she summons a spirit and apologizes under her breath, saying she can't afford delays, before destroying both bosses instantly with a single strike. Watching from above, our boy is amazed. He realizes just how powerful she really is. Defeating 2 mid-bosses with one attack proves she's on another level. He recalls that defeating a mid-boss causes a door to appear, leading directly to the Demon Lord's chamber. Instead of going in, she decides to continue her search, mentioning that she'll check the annex building next. Hearing this, the hero feels relieved, since it means that she isn't interested in the Demon Lord. Moments later, she suddenly senses someone watching her. She spins around scanning the area, but finds nothing. She brushes it off, convincing herself it must be her imagination, and refocuses on her mission. After she leaves, our boy opens the heavy door and steps inside. The sight before him is gruesome. The room is littered with corpses. He mutters that it has been a long time since he last faced the second Demon Lord. The Demon Lord laughs, looking at him, and mockingly calls him livestock that will soon join the dead. The hero examines the corpses and senses something strange. Not all of them are dead. One of them is still clinging to life. The guy looks at him and tells him to run away. Before he can react, the Demon Lord launches an attack, but our boy swiftly dodges, recognizing the pattern from the game. However, Unlike before, the timing now feels unpredictable. The demon lord laughs cruelly, boasting about the taste of human flesh, and saying he is the 10th person to visit him today, perfect for his next feast. One of the few survivors nearby silently despairs, thinking that fighting such a creature is nothing but suicide. But then, with a roar, the demon lord charges toward the hero, declaring that the slaughter will begin. Our boy instantly uses his teleportation skill and strikes head-on, slashing the demon lord's face in one clean motion. Blood splatters, and the creature screams in agony. The surviving man watches in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. Unfazed, my man tells the demon lord to stop whining, claiming the wound couldn't have hurt that much. Amused rather than angry, the demon lord laughs again, calling him a surprisingly sharp piece of livestock. He mentions that this fight will serve as a good warm-up before his meal. Suddenly, he releases a powerful ice spell, freezing the entire area above him. The ice crashes down, and the boss laughs, thinking to himself that the hero couldn't possibly survive this. But within seconds, he reappears right behind him and drives his dagger deep into the demon lord's back. The demon lord collapses to his knees, with blood pouring out. As disbelief fills his eyes, he realizes he never even saw him move. It didn't feel like speed at all, but as if he simply appeared beside him in an instant, with 3 pieces of hidden equipment already in his possession. Our boy doesn't see the creature as a real threat. His only goal is to finish the fight quickly, but he knows he can't end it just yet, since he needs to keep the boss on edge. For him to summon the Ice Chimera. As he charges forward again, the demon lord grabs a human corpse and uses it as a shield. The sudden move makes him hesitate, shocked by the cruelty of it. The boss mocks him, saying the body is already dead, and calling it nothing more than meat. Then, laughing, the demon lord raises his hand and casts a spell called Glacier Marionette. Instantly, every corpse around them floats into the air and begins to move again. The command, he orders the undead to attack the hero. Our boy watches as the lifeless bodies rush toward him, realizing that he has never seen this spell before. He wonders why. The demon lords in this world have abilities that never existed in the game version. While he fends off the undead, the demon lord notices one last person, still barely alive, hiding nearby. Amused, he decides to deal with the survivor next. The terrified man freezes in panic, realizing the monster has spotted him. Before the boss can make a move, our boy suddenly slashes off his hand, shouting that the fight is with him, not anyone else. Furious, the demon lord roars in pain, and his body turns purple. A system message appears, showing that he's been severely poisoned and is losing health every second. Enraged, the demon lord summons the Ice Chimera. Seeing it, our boy smiles, since this is exactly what he was waiting for. He quickly launches into battle and defeats the Chimera, finally obtaining its fawn. Though his centipede equipment's durability drops below 500, turning back to the boss. He tells him that the fight is over. A new window appears, announcing that the 3rd skill of the centipede sword has been unlocked. Meanwhile, the guild master is still busy, killing people to increase his timer. He tells the last surviving man that there's nowhere left to run. Just as he raises his sword to finish him off, a fierce gust of wind knocks the weapon from his hand. The girl from the association steps forward through the storm, declaring that she's finally found him. She lists his crimes: murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling, and black market item production, saying these are only the surface of his sins. Now he's even killing his own guild members to steal their time limits, truly living up to his cruel reputation. She suddenly summons the spirit of water Undine, the spirit of fire Ifrit, and the spirit wind Sylphid that she had called earlier. The guild master watches her carefully, realizing her elementals are all top tier and that she controls 3 at once. Without breaking a sweat, trying to sound confident, he demands to know who she is and whether she works for the association. The girl introduces herself as Mila Goldland from the League of 8 and declares that she's here to arrest him. On behalf of the Adventurer Association, back inside the Demon Lord's chamber, our boy feels a thrill of excitement, since he's just unlocked the third skill. Of his sword, the Demon Lord snarls furiously, saying he's tired of his defiance, and will crush him into dust. Instead of eating him, with a burst of speed, the boss spreads his wings and soars into the air, laughing as he looks down, mocking our boy to stay grounded where he belongs. But the hero rises into the air as well, smiling with amusement, saying the fight is finally getting interesting. The Demon Lord has taken aback to see him flying, and after a moment of disbelief, sneers that he won't be able to maintain that speed for long. He conjures the Trident of Despair and hurls it at the hero, shouting that anyone who interferes with the mission will die. Our boy dodges every attack with ease, which only enrages the Demon Lord further. As the boss rushes in again, he finally uses his blade's third skill, allowing him to melt it to any shape. Before the boss knows it, our boy is on top of him with a massive sword, about to cut him down. The blow cuts straight through the Demon Lord's weapon and pierces his body in one motion. A system notification informs him that he has defeated the dungeon boss in 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. Our boy smiles brightly, realizing he has just broken his own record. A lone surviving man nearby stares at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how one person managed to slay a demon lord alone. Suddenly, he runs out of timer and gets teleported back, even though he will lose half of his items and gold. The hero is glad that he is at least alive. Looking down at the ice chimera fong in his hand, he grins to himself. Now only one more ingredient remains: the ancient red soil. Once he finds it, he can finally craft the elixir that will completely heal his mother. But before he can celebrate, the ground suddenly shakes violently beneath his feet. The tremors grow stronger, and he looks around in confusion, wondering what could be causing such intense vibrations. The scene shifts back to the association girl and the guild master, where he calls her ruthless just before she launches an attack. He swiftly dodges her strike with his short sword. She follows up with a powerful move called Torrential Wave, which he blocks effortlessly from a distance. Our boy observes the fight and realizes that the tremors he felt earlier came from their battle. He watches closely, noting the guild master's incredible swordsmanship, and wonders if this is the person she was looking for. The guild master taunts her, mocking her strength and claiming she isn't worthy of her title among the League of Eight. He swings his sword, sending out sharp gusts of wind when she briefly loses focus. He moves in fast and slashes her. Laughing confidently, he boasts that the fight is already over, and that she's far weaker than he expected. The girl, however, remains calm and mocks him instead, reminding him of his failures, and how he never understood his limits. Her words shake him, and he suddenly realizes that the figure he attacked earlier was just an afterimage. She tells him that, since he once strayed from the right path, after being expelled from the association, she'll show him what true strength looks like. The guy begins to panic, sensing an immense power building around her. Behind him, the spirit of heavenly thunder Chiron appears. His face twists in fear as he realizes that she can even summon the fourth spirit. But before he can react, a massive bolt of lightning strikes him down. The girl calmly declares that this is the punishment for his crimes. From afar, the hero watches, both amazed and terrified by her power. He thinks to himself that crossing someone like her will be a terrible idea. As he turns to leave, she notices him and calls out his name, recognizing him as Gene Fry from before. Startled, he nervously insists that he wasn't spying. She assures him that she doesn't mind, since he didn't interfere. Then asks if he was the one who defeated the Demon Lord, saying she no longer senses its presence. He proudly confirms it, and she congratulates him before saying she must go, and quickly departs. Later, at the Adventurer Association headquarters, the guild master sits imprisoned. The president thanks the girl for completing her mission successfully, and she humbly replies that she was just doing her duty. The president praises her further, saying the Wind Snake Guild will soon be dissolved, and that her actions today will send a strong message to other criminal guilds, helping reduce future crimes. She begins to say something, but stops mid-sentence. The president notices it and asks if something is wrong. The girl admits that it's not about the mission. It's about an adventurer she recently met, someone who has caught her curiosity. Meanwhile, our boy has moved on to ground 3. Looking around, he notes that defeating the demon here will give him the final ingredient he needs for the elixir. He checks his weapon's condition and sees that the centipede's durability has dropped to 299, 9 out of 1500, realizing that his weapon might break if he fights another strong monster. He decides it's time to find a replacement. His 4th hidden rank equipment. He travels to the central city and enters the Flying Dragon Inn. When asked if he plans to stay, he replies that he'll only be there for a day and requests rooms on the 3rd and 4th west sides. After receiving approval, he heads inside, relieved that he still remembers this code. Descending the stairs, he spots a large arena ring below. A glowing system window appears before him, revealing that this is the Ground 3 hidden rank dungeon, called the Underground Boxing Gym. Inside the ring stands Mayweather, known as the strongest boxer in history. The boxer challenges him to prove his strength by stepping into the ring. Our boy smirks, thinking that he is still the same as ever. Though he might look like a joke character at first, he knows that he's actually a serious and dangerous opponent. Getting the hidden equipment may not be that easy, but he can still do it. He steps into the ring, and the announcer's voice booms through the arena, introducing the match between the champion and the new challenger. The crowd cheers as the stats are announced. Mayweather weighs 280 pounds and stands at 6'2" feet. He has a record of 108 wins, all of which are knockouts. Meanwhile, our boy weighs 150 pounds and has a height of 5 feet, 8 inches. The rules are no weapons, a 3-minute time limit, and points awarded for clean hits on invisible target zones. The first to reach 10 points or score a knockout wins. With the tension high and the crowd roaring, the announcer finally declares the start of the fight. As the announcement ends, the boxer charges straight at our boy and throws a powerful punch. He blocks it with ease and notes how, despite the boxer's massive build, his speed is still pretty good. The guy throws another punch, but he swiftly dodges and steps back before countering with a strike of his own. Mayweather blocks the attack, but the window still shows that the hero has earned a point. The boxer mocks him, asking if he felt good about that first point, but the hero stays calm, admitting that he knows he allowed that first point on purpose. He urges the champion to stop holding back and fight. Seriously amused, the boxer grins and agrees, and deciding to show his true strength, he begins attacking relentlessly. His punches are so fast they blur through the air, but our boy dodges every single one. Watching him, the boxer is impressed, but he knows he will run out of stamina soon. Our boy can only defend against his ferocious attack, even if it means giving up some points. In reality, there's no way for him to win this fight. According to the game mechanics, the speed and power of his opponent continue to increase every time he gains a point, and the only way to continue the story is to lose. The score window now shows the boxer at 43 points while our boy only has 1. The guy backs him into a corner and continues punching him, giving him no chance to recover. The hero barely manages to avoid getting knocked out. He knows that he can't win, but in order to obtain the 4th hidden equipment, he has to survive in this ring for 3 minutes before the boxer can throw his next punch. Our boy swiftly moves underneath it and hits him in the face multiple times, securing 9 points. Watching him fight back only makes the guy more excited, and he starts to hit even harder. He finally lands a killer uppercut, but our boy clings on. The time is almost running out, so the boxer goes for the finishing move. He charges at the hero and throws a straight punch, only to be punched back at the same time. This makes him smile, as our boy tells him that he can't afford to get knocked out today. The match finally ends with the boxer obtaining 97 points, while the hero obtaining only 49. The boxer thanks him for the fight, since he is the only one who was able to stand till the end, and offers him a gift. The hero gladly accepts the gift, since this, what he had been aiming for since the beginning. It's the fourth hidden equipment called Soul Bandage. It doubles his attack power with flaming fists, and allows him to counter an attack with 3 times the power. As always, the third skill is locked for now. With this, our boy feels ready to challenge the third Demon Lord. He heads straight to the S-ranked dungeon of the ground, 3 known as the Revenant Ruins. This dungeon is unlike any other, as there are no monsters inside, only the Demon Lord himself. The rule is, defeat the Demon Lord and you clear the dungeon. But finding him is nearly impossible, since that there's only a 0.1% chance of meeting him. Adventurers usually spend endless hours, scouring every inch of the desert like ruins, only to leave exhausted and empty-handed. Our boy doesn't have that kind of time to waste. Instead of searching aimlessly, he decides to make the boss come to him. Scanning the barren wasteland, he locates a coffin buried beneath the sand. He quietly apologizes to the soul resting within before opening it, and a bright light bursts out, spreading across the ruins. Immediately, he senses a powerful energy closing in. Ground trembles violently, and from beneath the earth rises the third demon, Lord Jackal. The Revenant Ruins are also called the Tomb of Ghosts, a place said to hold the spirits of countless people who died here in the past. As the protector of the dead, Jackal punishes anyone who disturbs their rest. He begins his grim incantation, and our boy calmly equips the soul bandage. In response, Jackal activates his signature ability, the Scales of Judgment, and places the hero's soul upon them, declaring that he will cleanse it himself. The scales tip toward him, and a message flashes before him, informing him that all his stats are reduced by 30%. The boss warns him to repent with his life, but he stays calm. He already knew this was coming. The Scales of Judgment is a penalty debuff, a punishment for skipping the dungeon's normal process. It's the cost of forcing in early encounter with the boss. To our boy, it's just another obstacle, one that makes the fight even more thrilling. Now, the only thing he needs to do is to defeat the boss before he uses some skill that wasn't in the game. Just as he speaks, the boss attacks, firing a barrage of dark bullets. He dodges, smoothly avoiding every hit. Since his hallucination skill doesn't work on monsters, this battle will have to rely purely on physical combat. He counters with a punch, but the boss vanishes and reappears behind him. Firing again, he reacts quickly, flipping away and leaping toward him, aiming for a direct strike. The boss blocks his attack and retaliates with another wave of bullets, forcing him to back off. He can already feel his weakened body from the stat debuff. In the middle of the chaos, a faint ringing interrupts him, and his status window flashes with an incoming call from his sister. He glances at it, worried something might have happened to their mother, but he knows this isn't the time to answer. So he decides to finish the fight fast. The Demon Lord shifts tactics, summoning a swirling black vortex. Our boy immediately activates Soul Bandage's ability, catching the Demon Lord off guard. His fist ignites into flames due to his first skill. That doubles his attack damage, while draining his health every second. He rushes forward, striking the boss square in the face, and sending him flying. The Demon Lord quickly steadies himself midair, smirking in disdain, as he mocks the power of his flaming punch. Our boy responds by asking him to stop yapping. This makes the boss mad, and he summons a swirling vortex of darkness. The hero immediately senses something strange about this attack. From the vortex, the Demon Lord releases his deadly Night Meteor. A gigantic black fist bursts out of the void, slamming into the hero with immense power and sending him crashing into a wall, buried under rubble. The boss sneers in satisfaction, boasting that he has now witnessed the might of his invisible fist sitting amidst the debris. Our boy wonders why the demon lords in this world possess abilities so different from the ones he remembers from the game. As he tries to stand up, The boss slowly starts walking towards him. Just then his status window lights up again, as he gets another call from his sister. The demon lord pauses to admire his endurance, but his mocking tone only makes him more annoyed. His fire fist power is draining his health every second, and he can feel his life slipping away. But he has no other choice, since he needs to finish it quickly. While dodging another dark attack, his screen flashes once more, as he gets a call from his sister. A sense of dread tightens in his chest, and unable to ignore it any longer, he activates his teleportation skill. In an instant, he vanishes from the boss's sight, and reappears deep within the ruins, far from the battlefield. There he finally answers the call. His sister's voice trembles with tears. As she asks where he is, he explains he's in the middle of something important. But she cries that their mother doesn't have much time left, and he must come home immediately. Before he can say more, the boss locates him again. He ends a call, promising his sister that he'll return right away. The demon lord accuses him of trying to flee. After defiling his soul, he summons Night Meteor once again. But before the blow can land, the hero teleports behind him in a flash and launches a blazing fire fist punch. The boss blocks it easily with his palm, mocking his futile effort. The hero, however, knows that the damage from these punches is adding up. The boss retaliates with another Night Meteor, but this time our boy dodges it effortlessly. He then switches tactics, activating the second skill of Soul. X-Counter, a technique that reflects a previous attack, back at the enemy with triple its power. With incredible force, he strikes the boss with his own amplified Night Meteor, sending the demon lord crashing through the ruins. The devastating blow ends the battle once and for all. It had doubled his own attack power, plus 3 times the power of the Night Meteor behind it. With the third demon lord defeated, he obtains the ancient red soil, along with other rewards. Wasting no time, he rushes home. In a quiet village on the outskirts of the Ground One, his mother lies unconscious in bed. He bursts into the house asking about her condition. His sister runs to him, as the doctor explains that their mother is in the final stages of magic deficiency disease. Dark patches have spread across her body, and she's fallen into a coma. Her mania depletion has caused her blood pressure to collapse, leading to heart and lung failure. Even top healers can't save her now. The sister breaks down in tears beside their mother's bed, but he stays calm, promising her that he'll find a cure. The others in the room stare in disbelief, as he quickly channels all his stat points to raise his intelligence. This levels up his synthesized class skill as well, using the ancient red soil ice, Chimera's Fong, and High Elf's Tear. He begins crafting the legendary elixir, the panacea that can cure any disease. When the potion finally takes form, its glow leaves the doctor speechless. He recognizes it instantly from ancient texts, but never believed it could exist. His sister tries to speak, but he tells her they'll talk later. He kneels beside their mother and gently feeds her the elixir. Moments pass in tense silence before the black patches fade away and her breathing steadies. Slowly she opens her eyes, confused to see her children crying beside her. The sister hugs her tightly, sobbing with relief. Their mother looks at them in surprise, unsure why they are so emotional. While the hero smiles softly and asks how she feels, she realizes that after being bedridden for so long, her body feels completely healed. The sister tells their mother that it was her brother who saved her life, but she struggles to believe it. The doctor steps in to explain that the elixir he made worked perfectly, and every symptom of her illness is gone. Hearing that name shocks her. She knows the panacea is no ordinary medicine and can't be found just anywhere. It makes her realize that her son must have become an adventurer. When he tries to reassure her, she suddenly bursts out in anger. Dark energy surrounds her as she stands up and scolds him fiercely for leaving them behind to chase such a dangerous path. Our boy remains silent, sitting upright and listening. As she vents her frustration, the doctor quietly excuses himself, and the sister steps forward to calm their mother, explaining that he only became an adventurer to save her life. Inside, the hero can't help but think that maybe the elixir worked a little too well. Eventually, their mother's tone softens. She admits that she understands his reasons, but warns that something terrible could have happened to him, seeing that he's safe now. She surprises everyone by ordering him to continue his journey and defeat more demon lords. Both he and his sister are stunned, since they expected a family dinner after his return. But their mother explains that she recognizes the same determination in his eyes that his father once had. She knows he became an adventurer because he has something important to achieve, and that's why she tells him to go, because she's already healed and no longer needs his care. Still, she gives him two. He must contact her every day to let her know he's alive, and he must never die, no matter what he promises her. And she hugs him tightly, telling him to take care of himself. Leaving home once more, our boy sets out with renewed determination. The magic deficiency his mother suffered from occurs when one's mana is completely drained by monsters or demon lords. Though he managed to save her with the elixir, countless others still suffer from the same condition. He resolves that if the demon lords are destroyed and peace is restored, this disease might disappear from the world. Yet he recalls that even in the game, after defeating all 7 demon lords, the monsters never vanished. That realization makes him suspect there's something beyond, maybe an 8th demon lord, that he was never able to reach in the game. Soon after, he arrives at the Colosseum on Ground 3, where the Battle Olympia is about to begin. It's a tournament aimed to determine the strongest adventurer. Every year, the atmosphere is electric and the noise so loud that our boy has to cover his ears. To make things fair, the level of all adventurers is adjusted to 150, along with their abilities. However, there are no restrictions on class skills or equipment. Our boy knows that he needs to get stronger if he wants to defeat all the demon lords. The prize money for this tournament is around 1 billion gold, but that's not why most adventurers come here. Their eyes are on a specific item that is only available here. It's called the Manual of Class Change. In the preliminary round, each contestant's magic and attack power are measured to determine their combined ranking. The top 8 will advance to the main tournament. Our boy places his hand on the glowing magic circle to measure his mana, but his score comes out the lowest. As in Synthesizer, his magic power is naturally limited, and his level hasn't even reached 150, unlike most others. Next, they move on to measuring attack power. He stays calm, telling himself that even if his mana is low, he can still prove his strength. Here, he activates his Fire Fist skill to double his power, then enhances it further with X, Counter, and Night Meteor, stacking the effects to increase his strength 6-fold. When his punch lands, the impact shakes the entire hall. The booming sound leaves the crowd speechless, and moments later, the results confirm that our boy has achieved first place in attack power. He was getting a bit worried, since he was last in magic power, but this makes him relieved when the combined scores are revealed. He's listed among the top 8, securing 4th place overall. As he prepares for the next stage, the association girl suddenly appears before him, accusing him of following her around. He is caught off guard by her sudden appearance. She claims he keeps showing up wherever she goes, but he fires back that it seems to be the other way around. The girl is confident that he used some equipment before punching, and she's curious to know what it is. Meanwhile, he is able to hear her thoughts through Lucifer's halo. He asks her if she's also here for the class change scroll. She confirms it, explaining that anyone who wants to grow stronger must go through class change. Since she's one of the well-known among the League of 8, she's using the alias Lima, who happened to be in 2nd spot in the tournament rankings. When the tournament schedule is announced, he notices that if he wins his first match, his next opponent will be the association girl. She wishes him luck before her own match, though her tone makes it sound more like a challenge than encouragement. As he steps into the arena, the crowd murmurs about his strange synthesizer outfit and the halo floating above his head. His opponent, Glenzie, is the guild master of the Silver Guild. The audience cheers for him, confident that he'll win easily. As the match begins, the guild master scoffs, clearly disappointed to be facing a synthesizer dressed in odd gear. Our boy stays silent and suddenly charges forward. With his fire fists, he unleashes a rapid storm of fiery punches, giving his opponent no chance to react. The final hit sends the man crashing into the arena wall, knocking him out cold. The audience watches in stunned silence as he has declared the winner. In just a few minutes, among the spectators, the association girl finds his flaming gloves fascinating, given her passion for weapons and equipment. When it's her turn in the second round, she enters under the alias Lima to face an old wizard. Looking guy, the crowd mocks her for being a woman, telling her to leave the arena. But she ignores their taunts, annoyed by their noise. The hero watches quietly as the match begins. The down-bad old man offers to go easy on her if she lets him hold her hands. His gooning wrist doesn't work, and she immediately summons her spirits of fire and wind, merging their power into a blazing attack called Breath of Heat. Flames engulf the old gooner completely, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Even our boy is taken aback by her overwhelming strength. The tournament continues smoothly, and by the end of the fourth match, the semifinalists are decided. The first semifinal pits the hero against the association girl, while the second will be between Ryuta and Janice. Our boy observes the other adventurer closely, sensing that he might be just as strong as the agent girl, if not stronger. When he and the association girl finally face each other in the semifinals, she calmly warns him that it's not too late to back out. But our boy takes this as the perfect chance to settle who is the real stalker among them. The crowd cheers as the match begins. The girl instantly summons her fire spirit. Seeing this, our boy realizes that he needs to lock in. She doesn't stop with one summon and continues to summon the water and thunder spirits. As well, the audience erupts in awe. Never before have they seen 3 elementals summoned at once. Even our boy is a bit worried, since he knows that going against 3 spirits at once might be a bit overwhelming. Aware of his strength, the girl decides to fight seriously. Her water dragon wave attack nearly hits him, followed by a thunder strike that leaves him barely standing. She moves faster than he can react, and he knows one mistake could end the fight. When she hurries a flame bomb, he counters with his fire fist, neutralizing the blast. She grits her teeth in frustration, while our boy wonders if she is actually trying to kill him. The girl admits that he may be weird, but he is definitely skilled, so she can't let her guard down. She mocks him by saying that he is more desperate than she thought. Our boy hits back that she's too confident for someone who relies on summoned creatures. The crowd sides with her, shouting insults and accusing the hero of cheating in his earlier match. The girl also feels a bit annoyed by the crowd. As the tension peaks, she suggests finishing the fight quickly and orders the thunder spirit to attack. Our boy dodges the attack, but finds water spirit blocking his escape. Surrounded, he realizes just how impossible it is to counter 2 opponents at once. Meanwhile, the girl stands calmly with the fire spirit beside her, keeping it in reserve, since she knows he can handle fire attacks. Our boy believes that she is planning to attack him, while he is busy dealing with the 2 spirits. Before she can do that, he decides to play offensive. He teleports right in front of her, ready to land a fiery punch. But Lucifer's halo warns him that he has fallen into the girl's trap. She suddenly summons the 4th spirit and orders it to strike with gale wind. Bro realizes too late that she lured him in as bait, so her 4th spirit could attack him. The powerful attack hits him with immense force, leaving the audience breathless. As the dust settles, everyone expects him to be down, but when the smoke clears, he stands unharmed. He narrowly escaped by teleporting just before the impact. The girl is stunned and confused, wondering how he can use such a powerful skill repeatedly without any visible limit. While she is thinking, he prepares for the next move, determined to turn the tide of the battle. The girl reacts instantly, commanding the fire spirit to strike back. Their flames clash, creating a massive burst of heat that cancels both attacks. She notes that her fire spirit can easily neutralize his fire fist. Still, our boy refuses to back down and launches another fiery assault. She reminds him that attacks of the same element will only cancel each other out. Yet he catches her off guard by switching tactics. He unequips the soul bandage and brings out his centipede sword, activating its melting ability. He turns it into a writhing, flexible form that slithers rapidly toward her. The sword coils around her, tightening with incredible speed. He knows its durability won't last long. One strike is all he needs. The weapon wraps around her completely, restraining her body and silencing her commands to the spirits. She cries out in pain as the centipede lifts her off the ground, trapping her entirely. Our boy ends the fight swiftly, with the weapon barely in one piece. With the girl unable to continue, he is declared the winner. After the match, he removes Centipede and catches her before she falls. Once she steadies herself, she admits defeat, acknowledging his superiority without hesitation. He offers her a healing potion and an antidote he personally crafted. She studies him closely, fascinated by his skill set. His combat abilities far surpass what anyone would expect from a synthesizer. Our boy nervously walks away as he senses her excitement and curiosity about his equipment, using the Lucifer's halo. As the next semi-final begins, the two adventurers enter the arena. The bald guy plans to end the match quickly, while his opponent appears calm but confident. Moments later, an explosion echoes across the stadium. The hero and the girl turn to see the fight and notice that the guy with long hair has already won. It's revealed that he is a sword master, a rare and powerful class, achieved after evolving from a swordsman. When the guy locks eyes with our boy, both know they are destined to face each other. In the final round, the announcers call the two remaining adventurers. Forward, the girl teases our boy, telling him not to die, but he simply asks her to keep her mouth shut. Bro knows that he needs to lock in if he wants to win against this powerful fanboy. As the final match begins, the sword guy releases a surge of energy, revealing his intent to finish the battle swiftly. Our boy smiles, saying that he might look cold, but he is full of fire. Watching from a distance, the girl realizes that the hero needs to end this fast, since they are both evenly matched. He activates the third skill of his soul bandage for 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. All his stats are doubled, but if he fails to win within that time, his equipment will be destroyed. Our boy knows that he is taking a huge risk, since he might lose his equipment if he can't win within the 3 rounds. The sword guy immediately launches his quick slash, slashing at lightning speed. The hero dodges the first few blows, but his relentless attacks leave him no room to breathe. Observing his opponent's strength, he realizes the guy has already undergone a class change. It is a way for adventurers to upgrade their classes into better versions. After a class change, they gain access to stronger class skills and increased stats. The hero counters with Fire Fist, but the man easily sidesteps, using his acceleration skill. He mocks him, asking if this is the fastest he can go, since he's moving at a snail's pace. Our boy knows that he won't be able to beat this guy with ordinary means. As the second round of his skill begins, his stats triple. He charges forward with renewed speed, hoping to outpace the guy, but man simply smiles, teasing him that he is still too slow. Our boy tries hitting him with the X counter skill, but the man dodges and sends him flying backward with a powerful strike. He recovers quickly, but realizes that the sword guy is far stronger than he anticipated. The guy follows up with Light Beam, which is a highly advanced technique, even among elite swordsmen. The hero barely evades the attack thanks to his shoes. By this time, the crowd starts cheering for both of them. The association girl watches them, noting that the sword guy barely has enough skill to join the League of Eight. She wonders how the hero will take him down. Now entering the third and final round, the hero's stats are quadrupled. He reignites his Fire Fist. As the atmosphere grows tense, Everyone can tell. The next exchange will decide the winner. Both fighters rush forward. The sword guy unleashes Aurora, a high-speed sword attack. But our boy teleports behind him, attempting a punch. The man dodges, but the hero surprises him by equipping Centipede. Mid-fight, the weapon dissolves, scattering poisonous fragments into the air, and confusing the guy. Just long enough for him to land a solid fire fist hit. The guy tries to counter, but our boy is completely locked in. He teleports again, appearing above him. In that instant, he unlocks the third skill of his shoes, which allows him to cut through the air and deal a powerful smash attack. Using the skill, he summons a massive dragon and sends it flying towards his opponent. The guy has no chance to react and gets thrown back at the wall. The arena falls silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Our boy stands victorious, relieved that he finished the fight, just in time to save his equipment from disappearing. From a distance, the girl watches his victory and quietly decides she must grow stronger too. As the new champion of Battle Olympia, he receives a massive reward of 10 billion gold, along with a rare class change manual. He examines the manual, as the system prompts him to decide whether to use it. Although it would make sense to accept, he hesitates and selects no, revealing that he has another plan for the item. The system double-checks, warning that using the wrong command could make the scroll vanish. He confirms his choice, waiting for the hidden command to appear. The system then gives him the option to change the manual of class change into an equipment. He presses yes, and the manual begins to change. This secret option only appears in this specific part of the S rank dungeon. He watches as the manual changes into a hidden rank equipment called the Pendant of Memoria. It grants its wearer the ability to switch freely between any class previously defeated. With this fifth hidden equipment now in his possession, he gains the power to adapt during battle by changing his class and stats to counter any opponent. The necklace even allows him to access special skills unique to each class, making it one of the most versatile items he has ever obtained. Having already defeated the third Demon Lord, he sets his sights on the next challenge, the fourth ground. Before stepping into its portal, he pauses for a moment, aware that Ground 4 has the highest failure rate among adventurers. When he arrives in the central district, known as Fourth Resort, the atmosphere feels deceptively peaceful. Adventurers lounge on beaches, play games, and relax under the sun. The entire continent seems like a massive vacation spot, built around rides and entertainment. Yet our boy knows it's dangerous, a place that lures warriors into complacency until they lose their will to fight and never return to the dungeons again. As he walks along the coast, a tiny cat girl suddenly approaches him. She introduces herself as Kakuru, a local guide of the resort, and cheerfully offers to show him around. He immediately notices that her class is Thief King, which is an upgrade of the Thief class. When she asks for his introduction, he politely gives his name but declines the offer, saying he has no time for sightseeing. Unfazed, she grabs his arm and insists, but he refuses again, outing. She finally gives up and walks away, casually patting him on the shoulder as she leaves. Moments later, he opens his status window to distribute his saved points, but freezes in shock. His soul bandage, one of his most important items, is gone. He instantly realizes that the girl from earlier must have stolen it when she patted him somewhere among the crowds. The girl strolls happily down the beach, humming to herself, and already imagining the fortune she'll make from selling it. While skipping along, she accidentally bumps into another person, the elite girl. They both apologize, but before they can say more, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupts them. The hero storms toward them furious. The association girl is surprised to see him and tries saying something, but he ignores her and grabs the thief, demanding his item back. The cat girl feigns innocence, insisting she doesn't know what he's talking about. Before he can respond, a splash of cold juice pours over his head. The association girl has just doused him, thinking he's harassing a child. Startled, he finally turns to face her, shocked to find her on the same continent. Equally surprised, she scolds him and orders him to let the girl go. The two start arguing while the kid looks on, confused about their relationship. Our boy tries to explain that the girl stole his equipment, but before he can finish, the kid lets out a frightened scream. Thick chains suddenly wrap around her, and a group of men emerges, pulling her back and stuffing her into a sack. The hero and the association girl watch as the gang prepares to drag her away. Our boy demands they release her, because he has business with her. But the men laugh and reveal that they have been tracking him since he left the Colosseum, while capturing the half-blood girl as a bonus. Since half-blood, folks sell for high prices on the black market, their true target is him. He is shocked that they know his name, but the girl quickly recognizes who they are. Adventurer hunters from the Diamond Guild, a notorious organization on ground floor that robs and kidnaps high-value adventurers. Our boy finally realizes that they must be after the 1 billion gold. He got his prize money. The men warn him not to try anything funny, since they are professional robbers, and prepare to tie him up with their chains. Before the chains hit him, he teleports away, shocking all of them with his speed. With him gone, they turn their attention towards the association girl, since she also managed to get pretty far in the tournament. Seeing this, our boy teases her, saying that she has made quite a name for herself. The girl is annoyed, since this was supposed to be her vacation time, but she knows it can't be helped. She starts smashing the robbers one by one, taking advantage of the chaos. The leader decides to run away with the kid. However, our boy stops him. At the same time, another guy blocks his way, challenging him to a fight. The hero knows they aren't that strong, but they still work out a ground for, so he is hesitant to fight without his equipment. Meanwhile, the girl is done dealing with the robbers, who attacked her, and mocks him for being too slow. He mentions that he wants to fight, but the kid stole his weapon. The girl finally understands why he was chasing her, while getting attacked by the fatty. He asks her if she has any weapons on her. She starts going through her inventory, and sends him a list of weapons. In his notification, our boy is shocked to see all these different kinds of weapons, and realizes that she really is an equipment enthusiast. After thinking for a bit, he finally decides to go with a weapon that is meant for the thief class. This makes the girl shocked, and she asks him what he is doing. Our boy assures her that it's all good, and uses his pendant of Memoria to change his class to thief. The girl is shocked to see him change classes, and wonders if he used the manual. However, that's also not possible, since he changed into a different class. Now that he is a thief, our boy uses his steal skill to take out an equipment from the girl's inventory. It's a cloth that sells for a lot of gold. The girl tells him that she is fine with him using her equipment, but this cloth is not meant to be a weapon. Just as she says this, our boy tucks the cloth into a bag and reaches inside to take out the ogre's iron club. This is the first time she has seen the item being used, like this, with the axe in his hands. Our boy starts smashing the robbers. He manages to knock out one of them, but it seems like the rest have run away. Turning back to the girl, he decides to ask for another item. Just then she notices her super muscle axe has vanished from her inventory. Our boy realizes what happened and tells her that the wolf girl must have stolen it. He offers to retrieve it, but the girl furiously declares she'll get it back herself, since her collection is more precious than her life. At the gang's hideout, the thugs proudly present the captured girl to their bosses, Vadra the Younger and Vadra the Elder. They discuss selling her for a high price, since she is a sea wolf, and mention that the hero has probably already been handled. But before they can celebrate, a loud crash shakes the room. The door explodes, and the association girl storms in, demanding her stolen items, with our boy calmly walking behind her. He points out she could have just opened the door, but she insists that nothing can stand in the way of her goals, not even doors. Kokuru and the other captives are shocked to see them, and wonder what happened to the henchmen. The girl casually says they're probably floating with the jellyfish, and demands wolf Girl's release. The Vice Guild Master attacks her for breaking in without warning, but she easily dodges. The brothers quickly realize their men have failed, but are confident they can handle things themselves. Meanwhile, our boy stands there, thinking that the situation has become more troublesome than expected. The girl identifies the brothers as wanted criminals, already reported to the Adventurers Association. The two mock her and the hero, claiming they must be desperate for money. The Vice Master launches his wood and worm skill at both of them. The hero dodges, but he is a bit annoyed since he didn't want to fight. The girl, however, decides they should end this now, and summons her wind spirit to strike the guild master. Himself, however, the guy blocks the attack, using his earth and wall skill, negating the wind-based magic. He quickly realizes his earth element gives him an advantage against her wind magic. The Vice Guild Master laughs at her failed attack, boasting about his brother's defenses. Meanwhile, our boy steps forward, saying that although he didn't come here to fight, the brothers are in his way, and that means he has no choice but to deal with them. Before he can land his strike, the twin uses his dancing branches skill to send him flying away from his brother. The two brothers mock him, boasting that even the Battle Olympia champion is no match for them. The hero and the association girl both seem exhausted by the battle. The wolf girl quickly realizes that these two are far more dangerous than they seem, as both are infamous for human trafficking, torture, and murder. Our boy turns to the girl, blaming her for starting all this, and says that she should listen to him. She fires back, insisting he's the one who should follow her lead. While they are arguing, the brothers launch a combined attack that seems to hit them directly and rocks the entire building with an explosion. Thick smoke fills the area, and the gang watches anxiously as the brothers order their underlings to check for survivors and collect the loot. Worried, the wolf girl assumes both of them are dead and blames herself for their deaths. But when one of the men checks, there are no bodies. A moment later, our boy and the girl reappear behind the brothers, still bickering as if nothing happened, shocking everyone in the room. He just wants to retrieve what was stolen and leave. But the girl, as a member of the Adventurers Association and a member of the League of Eight, insists on settling things properly. He reluctantly agrees, but asks her to follow his plan. Instead, she ignores him and summons the water spirit, launching her own strategy. She attacks with a water dragon wave, but the guild master blocks it with his earth wall. She didn't summon the fire spirit yet, since she didn't want to kill them. But now it seems like she has no other choice. Before she can summon it, our boy smacks her on the head with a starfish. He tells her to forget about summoning and asks for a few materials from her inventory: the smelly cypress stick, monster frog oil, and Ephraim's fiery breath. Although she's annoyed that he's using her items again, he promises to make it up to her by crafting an amazing piece of equipment. The collector in her is intrigued, so she agrees and tosses him the ingredients. The hero activates the pendant and switches from thief to alchemist right in front of her. The girl watches with amazement, fascinated by his ability to change classes freely. Using his mixed combination skill, he creates a burned oil-covered wooden sword. The girl looks unimpressed and demands her items back, but he switches classes again, this time to Swords Master, and uses Ifrit's breath to forge the Sword of Ifrit. When he swings it, flames roar across the room, scorching everything in its path with a single strike. Her expression changes to awe as he explains the crafting process. Even the gang members, the wolf girl and the brothers, stand frozen, captivated by the sight. The guild master shouts to snap everyone out of their trance, and his twin brother confidently claims that no weapon can defeat their combined power. He attacks with a massive soil wave aimed at him, but the girl counters it with another dragon wave. He doesn't realize until it's too late that the hero's appearance was just a distraction. Her attack crashes through his defenses, flooding over him. The girl remarks that no barrier, full of gaps, can hold back a true torrent, proving that the brothers' techniques aren't as unbeatable as they claim. Furious, the twin unleashes his tree storm skill, but our boy counters with a blazing fire attack, engulfing him in flames. The remaining thugs panic and scatter. The wolf girl watches in amazement at how easily the twins were defeated, despite being high-level criminals. Afterward, the association girl forgives her, but warns her never to steal outside the hunting zones. Again, feeling guilty, the girl promises to change and thanks them for saving her. Our boy, however, remains skeptical and keeps a wary eye on her. The association girl thanks him for crafting an S-rank weapon for her, though she stays composed. Her inner collector is overjoyed. He only smirks, saying there's no need for thanks. Later, as he approaches a teleportation portal, he pulls out an equipment card that he stole from her. After changing into the thief class, it's a shark head mask that allows him to breathe underwater for 30 minutes, while also having a functional microphone. The mask looks ridiculous, but it's essential for his next mission, to defeat the fourth demon lord. Our boy knows that he will be submerged in the ocean as soon as he enters the S-ranked dungeon in Ground 4. So he has already prepared with this mask. Just as he is about to head in, the wolf girl from before calls him out. He crashes out, seeing her, and asks what she's doing here. The girl reveals that she came to thank him, since he saved her life earlier from those thugs. He still isn't sure what she wants, and tries reading her mind through the halo. But all he can perceive is her admiration for him. This makes him annoyed, as she starts begging to make her his apprentice. Before he can even say anything, she excitedly announces that they are going to defeat the demon lord together. When he tries stopping her, she assures him that she will prove her strength. Meanwhile, our boy has no idea what's going on. The girl suddenly jumps into the water and disappears. He takes this opportunity to escape, but she quickly comes out with a bunch of fish. This makes him stop, as he realizes that the girl is actually pretty fast. He admits that he forgot she was a sea wolf, and tells her that he's impressed. Sea wolf is a half-blood race, who aren't really different from normal people on land, but they're really good swimmers, and can stay underwater for half an hour. With this, our boy turns around and starts walking away, telling her that she has already learned everything. The girl, however, isn't ready to give up, and yells that she wants to get stronger. It gets annoying pretty quickly, and he realizes that he can't really reason with her. Eventually, he lets her tag along, but only to this dungeon. He tells her that he is only doing this to not get on her bad side, since she might steal from him again. The girl excitedly thanks him and calls him master, which makes him even more annoyed, and he threatens to leave her. She quickly obeys, and the two prepare to head into the S-rank dungeon. Like he expected, it's an underground dungeon called Pablo Palace. After reaching the bottom, our boy decides to change his class as part of his plan. Just as he changes into the summoner class, the wolf girl arrives and asks him what equipment he is using. She has good hearing, so she can hear him even through the mask. The hero summons an E-ranked monster called Dendi, which can stun his opponents with electricity. He admits his level is pretty low, so he can't really summon high level things like spirits, but the little guy is still useful. Afterwards, our boy orders the girl to bring a weak monster here. As she swims away, he thinks to himself that he will be able to level up this a lot faster this way. To his shock, the girl comes back in a few seconds with dozens of fish monsters. This is more than he asked for, but it only makes his class easier. So he commands the little guy to start firing. The little monster is still weak, so his attack does little damage. However, it still stuns the enemy, which gives our boy enough time to finish them off. They continue killing monsters this way, and soon, the monster's level rises to 12. The wolf girl keeps bringing in new fish, and our boy smacks them, allowing his buddy to level up. While in the middle of fighting, the hero realizes that he still hasn't returned the weapon back to the association girl. He quickly dismisses the thought and decides to keep it with himself. As they kill more monsters, the little guy reaches level 21. If they continue at this pace, he might reach max level in no time. But just when things are looking good, the wolf girl brings over a monster that doesn't fit the category of small or weak. Turns out it's a giant kraken, and it's evil. The hero commends the girl for her service, and mentions that this is the mini-boss of the dungeon. This means that the demon lord will appear immediately after they kill it. While they're talking, the kraken launches an attack using its tentacles. Our boy smiles, as he realizes that this will save him a lot of time. He tells the girl that he will go for the tentacles. Hearing this, she tries distracting the kraken by making silly faces. It works a bit too well and allows him to sneak close. Each of its giant tentacles are considered a separate monster, which means that you'll gain experience points by cutting them off. Since the mini-boss is high-leveled, destroying its tentacles also give a lot of experience. He uses the little guy to stun the boss with electricity, and then starts cutting off its tentacles using his weapon, the discount. Pikachu starts leveling up and even builds up some ABS. After destroying the final tentacle, it reaches level 45. The girl continues, distracting the main body of the kraken, while our boy prepares to use the second skill of his little monster. Since Pikachu has leveled up over 40, he can now use a skill that gives his lightning attribute to any weapon. The hero plans to use this on his soul bandage, potentially making them electric. With his hidden rank weapon buffed up, he charges at the kraken and smashes it with his thunder fists. The creature can't hold on and gets completely demolished. Seeing this, the wolf girl excitedly swims to him and asks if the little guy has level up. He confirms it, revealing that it's actually at max level, which is exactly what he needed before the actual boss fight. Moments later, they notice a bunch of whirlpools coming in their direction. Our boy immediately knows that it's the boss man himself. He smashes the attack with his thunder fists, and just as the whirlpools fade, they hear a strange voice announcing that they won't be spared. It isn't long before the demon lord shows up. He is at level 200, with a skill that allows him to regenerate underwater. The wolf girl is shocked to see just how powerful he looks, but it only makes our boy more excited for the upcoming fight. So far, every demon lord he has faced has behaved in completely unexpected ways, though he doesn't yet understand why. He senses that something strange and beyond his comprehension is happening in this world. Whatever it is, he knows he must defeat this guy before he does something unexpected. He quickly uses his pendant to switch his class from summoner to wizard. The wolf girl gets excited to see him use this ability, saying that he's cheating. But he calmly explains that it's strategy, not cheating. He quickly forms a magic circle in front of the demon lord's face and fires a lightning strike. The demon lord easily blocks it with one hand and retaliates, forcing him to teleport behind him and land a thunder fist below the hit connects. And our boy takes advantage of the moment by using the flash skill to blind his enemy before launching a rapid series of thunder punches. The girl cheers him on, but the demon lord rises again, mocking the hero for his weak attacks. My man refuses to back down, knowing how durable this boss is. He unleashes the dragon god's wind, sending the demon lord crashing into the waves. The girl wonders if the fight is over, but our boy insists he must strike one final blow, where the demon lord's HP will regenerate, with their oxygen running low. He switches back to summoner and calls out his Temu, Pikachu at max level. Its electric ball guarantees the stun effect if it hits, but before they can act, a massive ocean current surges toward them from within the waves. The demon lord reappears, mocking them for trespassing in his domain. Yet he admits his respect for the hero, who dares to fight him alone, something no one else has done. Then several tentacles emerge, revealing that the kraken he defeated earlier has fused with the demon lord, something that never happened in the original game. The demon lord boasts that he should feel honored to witness his true form. Our boy watches in horror as the blue tentacles dissolve, a sea creature on contact, revealing that it's actually poisonous. Before he can react, a tentacle shatters his cover, burying him under rubble. The girl screams for him while the demon lord laughs wickedly. Despite his injuries, our boy regains consciousness and sits up, shocking his opponent. realizing how dangerous even a touch from those tentacles could be. And with his oxygen almost gone, he switches his class to Brawler and equips Soul Bandage. This shows him a system notification, informing him that he can use 80% of his remaining health to unlock the special skill of his Brawler class. He decides to use this special skill, draining 80% of his health for a boost in attack power and defense. The energy around him changes so dramatically that the girl wonders if he has activated a powerful buff. In order for this skill to work, you have to be a Brawler and equip Soul Bandage. That previous attack from a boss was a bit above his expectations. The Demon Lord mocks his constant transformations and attacks again with his tentacles. Our boy dives into the water to dodge, but he notices that the enemy's speed and power have increased drastically. With only 2 minutes of air left in his shark mask, he knows he must end this in a single move. But there's no opening. Suddenly the wolf girl swims toward him, alarmed. He tries to warn her to stay back, but she ignores him. The Demon Lord sends tentacles at both of them. Yet she grabs him and darts away at incredible speed. She playfully reminds him never to underestimate the SC Wolf Tribe's swimming skills, moving so fast that he almost gets dizzy. The Demon Lord grows irritated, realizing she truly is from the fastest species in the sea. Once they steady themselves, the hero admits that she just saved his life and asks if she can keep dodging. She replies that dodging is all she can do, which is good enough for him. With time running out, he decides to finish the battle with his next move and signals her to bring him close to the enemy, then retreat the moment his final attack lands. The girl nods, fully understanding the plan, and they move into action. She grabs him and darts through the water, skillfully dodging every tentacle that lashes toward them. Her movements are so fast and precise that the Demon Lord loses track of their position, giving our boy the perfect chance to signal her. At his cue, the girl closes in, and our boy unleashes a barrage of powerful strikes against the Demon Lord. Furious, the Demon Lord retaliates with more tentacle attacks. She dodges again, while he charges his thunder fist for a direct hit to the monster's face. The Demon Lord tries to counterattack, only to realize that he just got mugged, holding the stolen equipment card. The wolf girl teasingly admits that she has a bad habit of stealing. Our boy scolds her for this bad habit, but he also admits that helped him out this time. He then combines his thunder fist with a lightning surge fist, landing a massive blow that shakes the sea as the Demon Lord reels from the impact. Our boy tells the girl to jump out of the water with the stolen weapon, knowing the Demon Lord heals rapidly underwater, but not on land. He decides to punch him all the way to the surface, so she can deliver the finishing strike. She hesitates at first, shocked that he's leaving the final blow to her, but he reminds her there's no time to argue. She thinks for a moment and bursts out of the water, while the hero activates his Thunder Fist and Lightning Fist combo, launching the Demon Lord upward in a massive surge. Quickly switching back to Summoner, he calls upon Pikachu, whose electric ball paralyzes the Demon Lord for just a second, but it's enough. He signals the wolf girl to finish it, and she slams the stolen weapon straight into the Demon Lord's face. The attack hits with tremendous force, ending the fierce underwater battle once and for all. With the fourth Demon Lord finally defeated, she starts counting the gold and is stunned by the enormous reward and experience points. The hero explains that they earned 5 million gold, half for each of them. But the wolf girl argues that she didn't do enough to deserve such a big share. He finds her reasoning ironic, since she's fine with stealing, yet feels guilty about taking earned money. She insists that stealing is part of her skill set, not slaying demon lords, shaking his head at her logic. He tells her to keep her share anyway, as they'll soon go their separate ways. Before he can leave, she uses her ultrasonic voice to stop him, insisting that she still has a lot to learn from him. He turns back as she calls out, pleading with him not to ignore her. Later they arrive at Ground 5, known as the Fifth Garden, where the girl marvels at the breathtaking scenery. Our boy informs her that he's heading to the sudden death, survival game and asks if she wants to come along. She eagerly agrees, and he figures it wouldn't hurt. With her unique class, they might stand a better chance against the fifth Demon Lord. Winning the survival game would also grant access to another hidden equipment. They notice a huge crowd of adventurers at the starting point of the arena. The wolf girl's excitement quickly turns to confusion as she admits she has no idea what the event even is. Our boy knew this would happen and asks her how she doesn't know anything about it. Despite being an adventurer, she shrugs it off, explaining she's never cared about such things. He starts to explain the rules, but is interrupted by commotion nearby. A man is yelling at an elf girl, scolding her for being useless because she chose the apothecary class. It is an upgrade of the synthesizer class, which happens to be the same class our boy chose at the start. The girl apologizes and begs to stay, but her team already replaced her and cruelly tells her to find someone else. Before pushing her aside, our boy steps in and asks her if she would like to join his team instead of those weaklings. He calmly explains that the survival game requires teams of 3, and they're short one member. Surprised but grateful, the girl asks if they're sure about taking her in. Both the hero and the wolf girl reassure her that she's welcome. An announcement echoes through the arena, urging all adventurers to finalize their teams. The elf girl nods and joins them, while the wolf girl wishes everyone the best. Her former teammates sneer, mocking her decision, which makes her visibly disheartened. But before anyone can respond, the game suddenly begins. Each adventurer receives a glowing heart badge on their chest as a teleportation circle forms beneath their feet. The wolf girl barely has time to react before the trio is teleported away to a random part of the dense forest, where the true survival challenge begins. She finally asks the hero what the competition is really about. With no choice, he explains that within the next 48 hours, the team that collects the most heart badges will be declared the winner. Losing a heart badge means elimination, but any heart badge stolen from others can also be used to revive fallen teammates. She gets excited, realizing that their main goal is to steal hearts from other teams. Our boy then properly introduces himself and the wolf girl to their new teammate, who responds politely, revealing that her name is Raven. To begin their first battle, he asks her if she can synthesize something for him. She confirms that she carries a lot of herbs with her, and he instructs her to use her skills to create a plant bomb and throw it toward a specific spot. Following his directions, she mixes the herbs, forms the plant bomb, and tosses it. The blast is enormous, sending a nearby team flying toward them. The victims are none other than her old teammates, who are confused how they suddenly got hit by a bomb. Our boy stands in front of them with an evil smile and demands that they hand over their hearts. They angrily confront him, but when he calmly points out that they were hit by the elf girl's plant bomb, they freeze in disbelief and immediately start blaming her. The wolf girl seizes the perfect opportunity and quickly snatches their heart badges, leaving everyone shocked. Our boy admits he's impressed by her quick thinking as the team vanishes from the game, sent back to the starting point. Yukaru commends the elf girl for making the bomb, but the girl nervously admits that it was her who did most of the work, encouraged by the praise. The wolf girl excitedly rushes off toward another team before the hero can stop her. However, before she can attack, she realizes too late that her own heart badge has been stolen by the same team she was targeting. Our boy sighs, thinking this is what happens when someone acts recklessly. The opposing team mock her for not knowing about the steal. Counter skill, a rare, one-time use item that reverses any attempt to steal. She is instantly teleported back to the starting point, leaving her teammates watching helplessly. The hero knows that steal skill is definitely among the strongest in the game, which is why counter items and anti-theft skills are essential in this survival game. In this world, success depends on preparation, strategy, and intelligence. Seeing that the wolf girl was part of his team, The enemy group charges forward assuming they're weak, but our boy moves like lightning, stealing all their badges in an instant. The stunned enemies disappear as they complain about his speed, and our boy prepares to revive their teammate, using the hearts. After reviving her, he gives her a serious lecture. She promises to be more careful next time. As the sun sets, the team settles down to rest. Before sleeping, he tells the elf girl to synthesize all the items he mentioned later. While trying to sleep, he hears some noises in the distance and smiles to himself, since he is excited for the next day. By morning, they discover a pile of heart badges trapped inside the theft vine the elf girl planted during the night. It's a plant that automatically steals anything from those who come near. Suddenly, our boy senses danger and wakes the girls, warning them about a group of enemies watching from afar to tease them after getting caught, claiming that they were going to attack them. In their sleep, our boy smiles and reminds his team that anyone who survives the first day must be strong, so they should stay alert. The blonde guy compliments his sharp detection skill, guessing that he is probably wearing the beginner synthesizer equipment to throw people off. Suddenly, he uses split teleportation, scattering the hero's team across the forest, so each of them faces a separate opponent. He explains that the plan is to isolate and feed them to his summoned beasts. Our boy stays calm, but it still makes him quite annoyed. The blonde guy asks him if he is worried, and says that he will send him back to his friends. At the starting point, our boy just sighs and asks him to quit yapping, since it's going to be him who'll meet up with his teammates at the starting point, just as he claimed. His teammates are locked in and don't plan on losing. This one, the little girl draws her twin daggers and begins fighting a man with spiky hair and his summoned monsters. The opponent admits that she's fast, but she mocks him, saying he's just slow. The wolf girl jumps to dodge his attacks and quickly analyzes the situation. If she defeats him, his summoned beasts will disappear, securing her win. She charges forward, attacking with full speed, but he blocks every strike with his shield and comments that her blows lack strength. She smirks and tells him he should try blocking her attacks again, this time without hiding behind his shield. The man grows furious at the rage bait and orders his summoned creatures to tear her apart. As they rush toward her, blood splatters through the air as her daggers slice them down before they can even touch her. She mocks the man for being too slow, certain that he'll never be able to catch her. At this pace, when he looks around in anger to command his creatures again, he suddenly realizes she's gone. Using her stealth skill, she appears behind him and delivers a sharp kick to his face, knocking him out cold. With him unconscious, she easily takes his heart badge, believing the fight is over. However, the summoned beasts don't disappear. They turn toward her again, growling. Shocked, she realizes this man wasn't the real summoner. After all, without hesitation, she turns and runs, since she already stole the heart. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the elf girl sits calmly before a patch of sonar plant, a special plant that detects magic within a 100-meter radius using ultrasonic waves. Despite scanning the entire area, she senses no trace of her opponent. Her enemy had dodged an earlier attack using a smoke screen, and she hasn't seen her since. Hidden nearby, the opponent watches her closely, confident in her hunting skills. She boasts that the elf is easy prey, and that hunting someone like her is effortless. Suddenly, an arrow shoots from behind, but the girl reacts instantly, summoning a wall of plants to block the arrow before throwing the plant bomb toward the source of the attack. Her enemy's voice echoes again, taunting her for looking too gentle to fight so fiercely. She ignores the comment, but as she senses movement behind her, she turns to see 3 summoned creatures charging her way. Thinking quickly, she uses smoke plant to cover the area, barely dodging another volley of arrows. She realizes her opponent is tracking her movements with uncanny accuracy, despite the dense forest. Even as the hunter mocks her again, she stays calm. She reminds herself that she can't afford to lose, not after her teammates trusted her to fight alongside them. She crafts the lure plant that attracts summoned beasts with its scent and tosses it toward the enemy. The beasts instantly change course, drawn by the fragrance, giving her the chance for a fair one-on-one battle. Her opponent laughs and claims she doesn't need the summons to win. But the elf girl quietly points out that none of her attacks have landed. So far, the hunter growls in frustration, insisting that she was only testing her, refusing to give in. The elf girl prepares a special plant called strobe plant, shielding her eyes. She activates it, and a burst of searing light floods the area. The hunter screams blinded, stumbling backward, until she loses her footing and falls down a slope. The girl calmly walks over, retrieves her heart badge, and apologizes for the temporary blindness, assuring her that her vision will return soon. The hunter flails helplessly until she vanishes, teleported back to the starting point. Back at the main fight, our boy stands in front of blonde guy as he laughs, taunting him not to act strong. The man boasts about his summons, which makes our boy even more annoyed. However, thanks to his yapping, the hero has gained enough time. The next moment, all of his summons start walking towards our boy, which makes him confused. When he asks what's going on, our boy simply smiles and tells him that they like him more. In truth, he has secretly upgraded the third skill of Lucifer's, Halo, Fantastical Illusion, to Greater Fantastical Illusion. After using it continuously for 20 hours in battle, he points toward the blonde man and commands the summons to attack. The creatures rush forward, but the blonde quickly summons a massive, humanoid beast that shreds them apart with a single swing. He laughs triumphantly, mocking the summons for defying their master, until his eyes widen in horror. As the beasts suddenly stand back up, revived terrified, he demands an explanation. But our boy only smiles and begins to multiply. One clone becomes two, then four, then more, until the entire area is filled with identical versions of him. The blonde panics, realizing the fight is no longer fair. He shouts that he'll crush them all, and summons a giant orc, which swings its weapon wildly, slashing through the clones. To his shock, every fallen clone rises again. Our boy decides it's time to finish the fight and regroup with his teammates. As the terrified blonde looks around, a shadow looms behind him, and a terrifying beast appears, slashing through his summoned beasts. The blonde screams before collapsing unconscious. The hero walks forward calmly, satisfied with how powerful the skill has become. The upgraded skill now allows him to cast illusions on multiple targets at once: humans, beasts, and even summoned creatures. Since its 20-hour unlock condition only counts during combat, the survival game was the perfect place to master it. After collecting several heart badges from a fallen opponent, he heads off to find his team. When they regroup, the three continue hunting badges without any further problems until the end of the competition. Once the timer runs out, all participants are teleported back to the starting venue for the results. The announcer begins with third-place Team Dorgo, earning 46 hearts. The crowd cheers. Second place goes to Team Jessica with 55 hearts, breaking the previous record of 50. But when the announcer declares first place, the arena erupts in shock. Team Gene Fry has won with a total of 108 hearts. The crowd buzzes with excitement, as people recall hearing his name on the news before. His team receives 100 million gold and a treasure chest with no keyhole as their reward. Later, the elf girl shyly asks if they are really giving her all the gold. The wolf girl waves it off, saying she prefers stealing gold rather than getting it as a reward. The hero smacks her lightly on the head and tells the elf girl they're fine with her keeping the gold, as long as he gets the treasure chest. She agrees without hesitation, since as an apothecary, she only needs gold to buy rare ingredients. Before parting ways, he asks her for one last synthesis, explaining that he already collected the materials during the competition. The elf girl accepts and leaves after completing it. That night, while the wolf girl sleeps, he quietly slips out and heads to a secluded area. There, he switches to his summoner class and summons Dendo. In front of him sits the reward for their victory, the mysterious treasure chest, with no visible lock or clear purpose. Unlike others, our boy approaches the chest with a clever plan. He instructs Pikachu to strike the chest with an electric ball, while commanding two special plants, one that spits fire and another that breathes ice, to attack at the same time. The chest reacts only to a simultaneous strike from fire, ice, and lightning, unlocking with a click inside. He finds a hidden rank equipment, called the left cuff of the God of Destruction. It has 3 unique skills, with only the first one unlocked, that allows the wearer to repel targets away from them. Normally, this is one would go to the S-rank dungeon, but there is a problem. Back at the inn, the wolf girl wants to join the next mission, but he knows she's not ready. The S-rank dungeon involves a demon lord, far beyond her ability. To keep her safe, he takes her to a mountain and assigns her a training task. Her mission is to collect a rare material that grows beyond the mountain. She isn't allowed to use her thief class skills. She protests, saying it will take forever. But he warns that disobedience will end their disciple. Relationship upset, she reluctantly agrees. He finds her simple-mindedness useful, as it makes things easier for him. With her distracted, he can finally relax and proceed alone. He steps through the teleportation portal to the 5th S-rank dungeon, believing this is for her own safety. Instantly, he finds himself falling through the clouds, since this dungeon starts mid-air, over the floating sky islands. Venturers must land safely on their own. Those unaware of this setup fall to their deaths, and even those who come prepared, like a man parachuting nearby, face danger from airborne monsters. Watching the man get devoured, our boy feels relieved for not bringing the wolf girl along. When the monsters turn toward him, he calmly raises his hand, activating the repulsion skill of the bracelet. A bright light bursts out, blasting them away. Impressed by the bracelet's strength, he teleports swiftly to the Isle of Destruction and Creation. There he finds a mirror, but before he can examine it, monsters surround him. As they charge, he activates the repulsion skill again, wiping them out instantly. Removing Lucifer's halo, he approaches the mirror, which suddenly reveals an entity, claiming to become his other half, and asking what he has to show. Our boy smiles, remembering that this event triggers when you take down the monsters from before. If you hold the hidden rank bracelet close to the mirror, it suddenly lights up. The entity mentions that, since he has shown it, the God of Destruction's left cuff, it will show him the God of Creation's right cuff, which will become the other half. This new bracelet is also a hidden rank equipment, and the complete opposite of the equipment he got earlier. Instead of repulsion, it has the attraction skill that pulls targets towards him. Grow about to create the hollow purple before heading to face the demon lord. He decides to use his unassigned stat points. The boss of this dungeon is the sky dragon Bahamuden. The demon lord senses his arrival and welcomes the challenge. Our boy stands in front of the demon lord and mocks him for still being so full of himself. The dragon has an innate skill that increases his own stats by 25% when in air, while reducing the enemy's stats by the same number. Before the fight begins, the dragon asks if they have met before, since he doesn't forget the scent of strong opponents. Their battle begins with the boss's black flame roar. The hero teleports close and activates his attraction skill, pulling the demon lord in and landing a fiery punch to his face. Without pause, he unleashes Dragon Godstorm, striking in a relentless storm. But when the smoke clears, the demon lord stands almost unharmed, demanding more. Now airborne, the demon lord gains an even greater advantage. He mocks our boy before firing a black flame bomb. He dodges with super repulsion, but the dragon follows up with a deadly black flame decapitation. Exhausted, our boy narrowly avoids the blow again. He knows he can't let this continue. The dragon notices that the hero is using his gravity skill to minimize the damage. Before every attack, he hits him with a heaven roar. And just as the hero is dodging that, he hits him with another attack. Just then a notification appears in front of him, informing him that the conditions to unlock the second skill of both the bracelets has been met. This gives some hope to the hero. He smiles since this is what he was waiting for, and forms a dark vortex called the Black Hole Abyss, which absorbs all surrounding attacks. The dragon watches in shock as his flames vanish into the void. This is the second ability of the Bracelet of God, of Destruction, that swallows all enemy attacks. The dragon is shocked and wonders if such an ability even exists. Seeing his expressions, our boy mocks him, asking if he is panicking. The Demon Lord claims he won't fall for this rage bait, but he still rushes forward to strike. This time the hero doesn't use the black hole to block his attacks, which makes the dragon even more confident, as he realizes that the bracelet can't absorb physical attacks. Before the dragon can land a powerful blow, our boy quickly teleports behind him, activating both bracelets simultaneously. The black hole absorbs and the white hole releases. This creates the wrathful spiral that throws back all of the attacks the Demon Lord used earlier. The dragon is engulfed by his own flames. With a furious growl, he disperses the fire, calling it a weak imitation. Our boy smirks and closes the distance, asking if he can withstand an imitation 3 times stronger. With counter black flame decapitation, he lands a crushing punch that drives the boss into the ground. At last, the 5th Demon Lord falls, and our hero claims another victory in his journey. At the headquarters of the Adventurers Association, Vice President Nix gathers the available members and thanks them for coming. He explains that 4 others are currently busy with their own missions. Wyatt, the tanker, assures him that he'll always respond when called, while Maria, the healer, casually admits she only came because she had free time. The summoner girl stays silent, listening intently. The vice president quickly shifts to the main issue, as strange reports have been coming in lately. The shield guy assumes it's about a rogue guild, or a dangerous monster, but the guy reveals that it's neither, which leaves everyone surprised. The first report they received was of a sighting of a black ghost. Meanwhile, our boy checks his rewards after defeating the 5th Demon Lord, and plans to head to Ground 6. But before doing so, he thinks about the wolf girl, who is still out, gathering another rare material for him. As he walks through the city, he notices a large crowd near the teleportation portal. When he asks what's going on, he learns that the portal to Ground 6 has stopped working. This shocks our boy, since something like this never occurred in the game. Meanwhile, the vice president continues briefing the adventurers, explaining that the strange entity resembles a moving shadow, or mist, and was first seen about 2 weeks ago. Back in the city, the hero complains about the delay, but suddenly senses something behind him, a shadow watching him from nearby. The vice president tells the adventurers that these creatures aren't human, demon lords, or monsters. They appear without warning, attack civilians, and their origin or purpose remains unknown. All they know is that these beings are a deadly threat to the world. He assigns the League to eliminate them before they cause widespread destruction. At that very moment, the shadow behind our hero changes shape, growing into a terrifying mist-like form. This is the first time our boy felt true fear. In this game, the vice president finishes by saying that they don't know anything about their enemy, but they must still defeat it. The creature continues changing shape until it turns into this demonic figure. Everyone in the town starts to panic. The creature lets out a terrifying roar, making our boy panic, as he has never seen this thing in the game. As people try to escape, one of them trips and falls. Before the demon can pick him up, the hero quickly uses super repulsion to shield him from harm, allowing the man to escape. He then steps forward to face the monster, realizing that normal monsters never appear in city areas. The creature suddenly gathers energy into its hand and throws it at him. To his shock, the move resembles crushing orb fist, a boxing skill used by adventurers. That means this creature can mimic player abilities. It turns its attention to the fleeing citizens and begins attacking again. The hero gives chase, but realizes he won't make it in time, until a skeleton soldier suddenly appears, blocking the creature's path. The two face each other briefly, before the skeleton swiftly cuts the monster down. The hero watches in disbelief, as the undead stands victorious. Then the vice president appears beside the skeleton and calmly orders his summoned troops to escort civilians to safety. The people recognize him as one of the League members and quickly obey. Our boy overhears someone mention the League and wonders if he is an ally of the association girl. The vice president thanks him for saving the citizens. Before they can talk further, a communication window opens, and the other members of the League report that they have successfully neutralized the creatures. From their conversation, our boy learns the creatures are called nobodies, and that there are many of them. When the call ends, the man turns back to the hero, addressing him by name. Our boy is surprised, but the vice president explains that his fame has spread widely, and even asks if he'd consider joining the League. He politely declines, saying he prefers his freedom as an adventurer. The guy mentions that the summoner girl has spoken of him, and comments that his aura feels very different from a typical adventurer. There is also something about his equipment. The vice president then formally introduces himself, and our boy realizes that he is the strongest member of the League of Eight. The conversation is interrupted when the defeated creature suddenly rises again with a deafening roar. The hero tenses up, but the vice president remains composed, mentioning that it's as powerful as reports suggested. He explains that nobodies are unlike monsters, and their origins are unknown. But if left unchecked, they will evolve into beings capable of destroying humanity. His skeletons then obliterate the creature effortlessly, leaving our boy astonished. He advises the hero to destroy any nobody he encounters and expresses confidence in his strength. Our boy is too shocked by his strength to even say anything. In response, we learn that the vice president is a necromancer, which is the upgrade of the wizard class. At another location, the shield guy comes face to face with a nobody. The creature roars and rushes in to attack, but he manages to block it using his shield. Judging by the power behind that attack, he notices that this creature is much higher level than the standard. However, it doesn't matter, since he uses his parry skill to hit him back with his own attack. As the creature pauses to recover, he hits him with a shield smash, throwing it to the ground. With the nobody down, he decides to contact the vice president. Meanwhile, the healer girl also encounters one of the creatures with a cigarette in her mouth. She declares that impurities like it must disappear and jumps into the air to exorcise this filth. Despite being a healer, she uses a holy axe to slime the creature down without a sweat. Her skill involves summoning a weapon. Based on the prayer, the strength of the weapon depends on how much she can trash talk during the prayer. Despite her role as a healer, she's deadly in combat. Back with the vice president, our boy assesses the situation. He realizes that if these nobodies aren't stopped soon, all intercontinental travel will remain sealed. He recalls that such creatures never existed in the original game, though he remembers rumors about something similar. If those old tales were true, this chaos might lead him to unlock another hidden piece of equipment he had never been able to obtain before. The vice president commends the League for their quick response. But soon, the summoner girl reports that her target escaped. Shocked, the guy asks if she's hurt, but she assures him she's fine and currently tracking it using her summoned spirits. He immediately decides to head to her location and orders all League members to regroup. At point S5, our boy volunteers to join the operation, explaining that he needs information on the nobodies and that the travel restrictions are becoming critical. The guy agrees and allows him to come, but clarifies that he will lead the mission, since his safety is his responsibility. At point S15, the girl and her summoned elementals chase the fleeing nobody. She vows to stop it, but Healer suddenly cuts in, mocking her for letting such a weak enemy escape. The shield guy soon arrives and reminds both of them that the League must work as a team. Surrounded, the nobody has no way out. The vice president and our boy then arrive, At the scene, the girl is surprised to see him and immediately demands her shark mask back, unaware that he has already thrown it away. The vice president intervenes, urging her to focus on the battle. She turns back to the enemy and reports something new. This particular nobody has spoken. Suddenly our boy gets a notification, warning him of a huge number of enemies close by. He shouts at everyone to fall back. But before they know it, the entire squad of nobodies pulls up, excited that they caught so many preys. The healer girl and the summoner are both locked in. She releases her fire spirit, burning everything in a single sweeping attack. The healer calmly repeats that the creatures are weak, but the girl still feels guilty for letting one escape, simply because it spoke. The vice president studies the situation and realizes that the ability to speak is a bit more serious than he thought, as it means that some of these creatures have developed intelligence. That changes everything. What seemed like simple monsters are now showing signs of thought and evolution, making the situation far more dangerous than expected. As the group processes this revelation, our boy suddenly senses something strange nearby. He alerts everyone, saying he feels a strong, magical presence deeper in the forest. When the others question how he knows, he hesitates, unsure of how to explain it. The vice president steps in, explaining that he might have trained in magic detection back in his homeland. Since they can't let the creatures move freely, he instructs him to guide them toward the source. The hero leads the group into the dense forest, explaining that the concentration of magic grows stronger beyond a certain point. Guy deduces that this must be a portal, possibly created using a sage's dimensional skill. The summoner girl confirms this theory, pointing out that the creatures must be capable of stealing adventurer skills. Our boy recalls rumors from his past life about entities that could level up, just like players, and realizes these nobodies fit that exact description. The vice president notes that, with 4 league members and a skilled rookie, they have a solid team to move forward. Maria and Wyatt exchange surprised looks as they realize that our boy is the rookie who's been making headlines. They begin watching him more closely while he nervously begins to sweat. The vice president then gives the order to enter the portal. Inside, they find themselves in a dim hallway leading to a single door. The shield guy takes the lead, and the healer positions herself at the back while telling the hero to stay behind their tank. He nods and follows the formation. When the guy opens the door, they step into what looks like an empty room. But suddenly, the door slams shut and a metal gate drops, trapping them inside. The same thing happens to the others outside, splitting the team into 2 groups. The vice president shouts, asking them if they are okay, and the shield guy assures him that he and the hero are fine. Just as he finishes speaking, something stirs behind them, and a nobody forms out of thin air. The tanker informs their leader that they've encountered an enemy and engages immediately. He tells our boy to stay back and destroys the creature with a single shield slash. Our boy notices the creature's magic level is around 150 and is impressed by the tanker's power. Before they can relax, another nobody appears, but this one looks more like a demon baddie. Moreover, she can also talk like the one who appeared earlier. Our boy instantly senses that her aura is far stronger than the last one. The shield guy attacks again, but before our boy can warn him, the demon baddie blocks the attack, laughs darkly, and counters with a move called shield break, sending him crashing into the wall. Turns out the demon girl is at level 285, and her name is Shabbat. Our boy realizes that she just used a swordsman's skill, confirming that the nobodies truly can mimic adventurers. The demon girl laughs, asking them if they are too scared to even speak. The tanker struggles back to his feet and orders the hero to stay behind him. The demon girl boasts that it will enjoy devouring them both, but freezes when it sees our boy smiling. Bro Loki wants to get eaten. From his memories of the game, he recalls a rumor about 4 powerful nobodies, known as the Quattro, or the 4 heavenly kings. If that rumor is true, then defeating them could unlock a legendary hidden rank. equipment he never obtained in his past life. But before thinking of rewards, he knows he needs to focus on the threat ahead. The demon girl draws a sword and charges at our boy, intending to cut him apart. Just as the attack is about to land, a glowing barrier forms between them, preventing her from getting close. Turns out the shield guy has activated Sacrifice, a tanker skill that redirects all damage from an ally to himself. But if the incoming damage exceeds his health, it means death. The guy wants the demon girl all to himself, so he provokes her by saying that their fight isn't over yet. Our boy tries to say something, but he interrupts, reminding him that his safety is his responsibility as a league member. The demon girl switches weapons to a bow and tells him to step aside, since she always devours the tastiest prey first. It fires a flaming arrow, but the shield guy blocks it with shield territory. Enraged, she finally changes her target, using Vital Slash and Shield Breaker together, hammering against Wyatt's defenses. The tanker blocks both attacks, but can barely hold up, as she fires another flame arrow. The attack comes faster than expected, as the guy thought it was on cooldown. Caught off guard, he drops to one knee. The demon girl smirks, and splits into two identical copies, using a summoner's cloning ability. Both versions knock arrows and unleash simultaneous flame shots, surrounding the tanker, and forcing our boy to prepare for the next move. He quickly realizes he can't defend against all the incoming flame arrows at once as they close in. He activates his black hole skill, pulling in and absorbing the entire attack before it can hit. The tanker watches in disbelief and thanks him for saving his life. Our boy asks him to cancel the sacrifice skill, but he refuses. He says that he wouldn't have been chosen for this mission if he weren't capable. As the team shield, the tanker vows to protect him until the end. Our hero studies the demon girl's movements and notes that even when her attacks are on cooldown, she leaves no openings. Staying on the defensive forever will only lead to defeat. Growing bored, the girl decides to end things and splits again, this time into 3 clones. They are both shocked witnessing this, since the summoning skill should only create 1 copy. Our boy quickly realizes that even the clones can summon more clones, which means their numbers could grow infinitely soon. They're surrounded by 5 versions of the demon baddie, all aiming flame arrows at them. Outside, the summoner girl tries to destroy the door using fire, spirit's magic, but it doesn't even leave a mark. The vice president's undead, and soldiers attempt to break it as well, but the barrier remains unyielding. All he can do is hope that the tanker and the hero are still safe inside. Within the sealed room, our boy kneels beside the wounded tanker, who lies barely conscious. The guy weakly says he's glad he is safe, but the hero urges him to stop talking, knowing he's already pushed his limits. The man simply smiles, saying that it's his pride to stand as the shield of the League of Eight. Our boy knows he is running out of options against the demon baddie. He has used all of his teleport charges, and even his bracelets can't block all the attacks. Suddenly his body bleeds from several cuts, and more blood begins to pour, because of the delayed backlash of the sacrifice, skill going beyond its limits. The tanker realizes it too, and apologizes for failing to protect him. As the hero's health drops dangerously low, he quietly asks him to do something for him. The guy agrees without hesitation, and he thanks him. The demon girl interrupts, asking if they are done with the farewell. She launches another barrage of arrows, but instead of finishing the hero, one of her own clones gets slashes. The demon girl freezes, confused about what just happened. Our boy locks in, standing in front of her with the centipede sword, and tells her that she is done. The demon girl is shocked, as she didn't even see him move. She charges forward, but our boy moves faster, cutting off one of the clones' heads in a single motion. The remaining clones hesitate, as he warns them that this will be their last chance. He activates liquefaction, unleashing a swift, fluid strike that annihilates the rest. In an instant, a notification appears, informing him that he has defeated Shabad, and gets the first leaf card as a reward. But he doesn't stop to celebrate. He turns toward the shield guy, remembering their earlier conversation about the favor he was asking. In order to win the fight, he requested the guy to perform soul transfer in order to restore his centipede sword. Hearing there was still hope, the guy immediately agreed, and before dying, he entrusted his weapon's soul to the hero. Normally, when an adventurer dies, their weapon's soul vanishes with them. But if someone carries their will, its essence can live on through inheritance. Barboe silently promises to carry his legacy within his centipede sword, ensuring that his spirit continues through him. The door finally opens, and the rest of the group rush inside. They freeze at the sight before them. The vice president stands in stunned silence, while the healer runs to the tanker's side, frantically casting healing magic. The guy asks our boy what happened, and he quietly says that the shield guy protected him. He doesn't ask further, since the scene explains everything. The healer continues to pour healing spells over him, refusing to give up. But the summoner girl gently tells her that it's too late. Wyatt is gone. The vice president steps closer and solemnly declares that he was the pride of the League of Eight and a true protector who can now rest in peace. The team bows their heads, mourning the loss, but their grief soon turns into determination. Now, they have a reason to destroy the creatures in order to avenge their fallen comrade. They soon reach another door, and this time the vice president takes the lead. As they enter, they find a room swarming with nobodies. He orders the others to stand behind him, ready to face them all. But the healer and the summoner refuse to stand back and charge ahead to fight. He understands their feelings and joins the battle, summoning an army of undead to assist them. The undead tear through the enemy ranks, while the two girls finish off the remaining ones. As the fight continues, the guy thinks to himself that he won't be able to face his comrade if they don't destroy the enemy completely. He glances at the hero, who remains unusually quiet. When he asks if there is something wrong, he reveals that he feels responsible for what happened. The guy asks if the shield guy left any hurtful remarks before passing, but the hero can only think of his smiling face. This makes the vice president smile, and he mentions that the guy accepted him as their own and protected him with his life now. The best tribute he can pay back is to carry on with his will. It isn't long before the two girls clear out the enemies, and the group decides to push us forward. Soon they arrive at a crossroads where the path splits. Into two, the team debates how to proceed, as staying together seems safer. But the vice president points out that a single trap could wipe them all out. In the end, he decides they should split into pairs to minimize risk, even if it means dividing their strength. The healer immediately volunteers to partner with the hero, complaining that she can't fight freely when she is paired with the vice president or the other girl. The two take one path and soon encounter a fat monster. Turns out it's the second Quattro named Bubeka. Meanwhile, the vice president and the summoner girl face another powerful foe, the third Quattro Abedek, filled with determination and revenge for their fallen comrade. Both pairs prepare for battle. Facing the fatty, the hero quickly realizes that the creature's level is far beyond anything they've faced, perhaps even stronger than the fifth demon lord. He plans to study its movements first, but before he can act, the healer recklessly charges forward. She begins her trash talk prayer and summons a massive axe called Order Axe. Our boy looks at her and wonders if she was truly praying just yet. However, it seems to be working as he watches the fat guy thrown down to the ground. Despite her chaotic style, her attacks land with surprising accuracy, showing why she's one of the 8 elites. However, when she glances at her weapon and realizes she's summoned the wrong one, hearing this, our boy takes back everything he said about her. The fatty rises again, calling them food. The healer quickly realizes his thick skin and high defense are no joke. She understands now how her comrade could have fallen to one of these creatures. Determined, she starts praying again to summon another weapon, but in her wild swing, she nearly slices our boy by accident. She quickly apologizes before scolding him to stay alert. Though confused by her reckless behavior, he decides to back her up. He equips Centipede and takes his position. When she asks him to lend her his back, she literally steps on him to leap into the air for a high attack. The fat monster dodges effortlessly, leaving the hero's painful effort wasted. He sighs, thinking she's a total maniac, and wonders how Wyatt ever managed to protect her in battle. But then the Halo senses her emotions, filled with rage and anger. He remembers what the vice president told him, and realizes that this is her way of avenging her fallen friend. She reminds him that he's a backliner and must play his role properly. Realizing his mistake, he focuses on supporting her from the rear, instead of fighting recklessly. She leaps into the air again, asking him to seek forgiveness for being this fat, and prepares for a massive attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, the summoner girl uses her thunder spirit to electrocute the old guy. The guy stands back up calmly, saying the shock actually made him feel lighter. The vice president signals her, and she instantly understands. She fuses the water and thunder spirits attack to create Aqua Bolt, a stronger attack that finally pierces the old man's defenses. At the same time, the necromancer's undead soldiers grab the monster's arms, holding him still. He knows that no matter how tough the old man is, being restrained and attacked repeatedly will wear him down. When the man accuses them of disrespecting their elders, the vice president coldly replies that, while they respect elders, monsters who harm people deserve special treatment. He then summons his elite knight, carrying a bloody lance, and orders him to finish the job before the old guy can move. The knight pierces his chest with the lance, causing him to scream in pain. He knows this won't bring back the lives already lost, but at least it serves as some form of retribution. Thinking that they've cleared this side, the group decides to move toward the other team. But before they can take a step, they both hear something moving behind them. They immediately turn back to see the old guy's body, missing from the ground. The next moment, he reappears above them, severing the vice president's arm in one swift strike. Laughing madly, he says their abilities look delicious. The girl quickly realizes that he just used the stealth skill of a thief, and he probably came back to life, using the immortal soul skill of a fighter. This confirms that these monsters can steal skills, and even use them together, simultaneously, knowing how dangerous that makes him. He warns the girl to stay sharp. The old man grins and prepares to show them his true power, while the two of them prepare to defeat him, no matter the cost. The strike from the healer lands perfectly on the fatty's face. Yet to their shock, it causes no harm. He calmly stands up and explains that he blocked the attack, using the magician's enhancement art skill, since he realized he couldn't dodge it in time. The healer gets annoyed and furiously demands that he fight seriously. The monster mocks her arrogance, but she fires back with her own insult and overwhelms him with a rapid series of strikes that push him off balance. Without stopping, she equips a golden axe and asks our boy to hold the fatty, since she is going to finish him off with her next move. Our boy immediately agrees, as he also feels the same anger towards the fatty and wants to finish it as fast as possible. However, something about the guy feels wrong. Despite his strong magic defense, he suspects the creature is hiding something. His hunch proves right when the fat guy admits he will no longer hold back and forms an aqua cannon, launching it straight at the hero. To the monster's shock, our boy absorbs the attack effortlessly with Black Hole. He realizes that this was his hidden ace, but it seems pretty useless. Impressed by his ability, the monster expresses a twisted interest in the absorbing skill. The hero's only answer is a fierce strike with Centipede, slicing off his arm completely. The creature grumbles about his annoying prey and heals himself instantly using a healer's skill. By then, the healer has finished her preparations. She begins her strange prayer again and charges toward the guy with her weapon, glowing with power. Feeling real danger for the first time, the monster tries to escape, but his body refuses to move. Our boy calmly reveals that he's using both his bracelets to hold him in place, binding him to the spot. With the enemy trapped, the girl leaps into the air and brings down her weapon with tremendous force, slicing him cleanly into two halves. To top it off, she throws one last insult at his remains. With him defeated, she receives the second leaf, but tosses it away without interest. Her boy quickly catches it midair, relieved that he's now halfway through, completing the set. She studies him carefully and realizes that he must have used some sort of immobilizing skill to trap the monster before her final strike. With the battle over, the two decide to find the other team again. But as they continue forward, they reach a dead end. Our boy soon realizes that the girl has no sense of direction and doesn't know where they are. He suggests returning to the point where they split up, but she has no idea where that is and insists he should lead. Suddenly, a strange pressure sweeps over them. Their bodies glitch slightly, and before they know it, they've been teleported. As they look around, horror fills their eyes. The vice president and the summoner girl lie motionless on the ground. The hero rushes to her side and checks her condition while she struggles to speak. The next moment, he hears the old man laughing and saying that he should thank him. He reveals that he teleported them here to help their weak friends. It becomes clear that he not only knew their exact location, but also controls every inch of the dungeon space. The healer dashes to the vice president's side, promising to heal him. But before she can act, a beam of darkness pierces straight through her body. Blood sprays from the wound as she collapses to the floor. Trembling in pain, the old guy steps forward, laughing, and says that he can't have her healing everyone. The vice president urges her to stay awake and heal herself, but when she tries, she realizes with horror that none of her skills work. Looking up, she sees the old man with her axe in his hands. Our boy quickly realizes that her weapon is actually one of her skills, meaning the guy somehow stole while she's still alive. The old man smirks proudly, swinging her weapon as if to show off his power. The healer demands that he give it back, but she can't even stand up with her wound. The hero knows they must first stop the bleeding before worrying about how he stole the skill. But the old man tells him not to panic, since her skills would return if he defeats him. Our boy doesn't trust his words and realizes that it's dangerous to go in without understanding his power. However, he doesn't really have much time to figure out, so he has to take his words. He charges forward, but suddenly his body freezes in place. The old man is using a skill from an advanced class that pins a target in place for a certain duration. At that moment, the vice president rises to his feet, refusing to let the healer suffer the same fate as their fallen comrade. He attacks swiftly with Shadow Edge, but the old man sidesteps with ease and mocks him for losing his composure. The summoner girl glares at him and coldly declares that someone as dangerous as him doesn't deserve to exist. She combines the attacks of all three spirits and launches her burst trio, releasing a fierce wave of energy that lights up the battlefield. The old man immediately recognizes the danger and swiftly raises 5 iron walls to block the attack. She is astonished, since he is able to repeatedly use these skills without a problem. With a smirk, he remarks that it's impressive how much strength she can still summon, despite her condition. At the same time, the vice president summons a massive knight behind the old guy, ready to slice him with his sword. Before he attacks, the summoner girl enhances its sword with all of her spirits, causing a massive explosion on impact as the entire room fills with smoke. The girl asks if the old man is finally down. The vice president warns her not to let her guard down, since they can't say anything for sure. A sudden flash cuts through the smoke, and the duo realizes that the monster is using the vice president's skill. Against him, the hero observes, trying to understand how he can replicate and steal and other skills, though his body can't move. He sees the next attack and warns both of them to move. The old guy appears behind them ready to strike, but she already has the fire spirit ready to defend. He quickly dashes back, realizing that he barely dodged the attack, and uses the healer's skill to heal back his face. Turning back to the summoner girl, he declares he's going to steal her skill as well. The vice president shouts for her to move away, but seems like it's too late. Just before the attack hits her, something pulls them back. Turns out our boy can move now, and he used his super gravity to pull them to safety. The old guy plays cool, but he is also surprised by his skill. The hero finally locks in and asks the group to stay back while he handles business. He explains that the old man's skill, theft, seems to follow too. He must witness a technique in action and obtain blood from its user. The vice president remembers what happened earlier and realizes that in order to steal someone's skill, he has to absorb their blood. That explains why the summoner girl still has her powers. The more they fight, the stronger the old man gets. Thinking for a bit, the vice president realizes that they don't really have any countermeasures. For this guy, he turns to our boy and says that he will leave everything to him. In response, the hero assures him that he's got them all covered. The old man asks him if he is his next opponent, since he saved the other adventurers. He knows our boy is troublesome, and that's the reason he used his freeze skill on him. Now that he is moving again, the monster decides to end it quickly. Meanwhile, the hero remains calm and asks whether the stolen skills would return. If he dies, the old guy admits they should, since he only borrows them, while the original owners live. But he's never been defeated. To confirm it, our boy knows that there is another monster after this, and considering the situation of his group, he can't waste any time here. The old guy closes in, mocking him and asking if he's afraid. However, the hero uses the repulsion skill to push him back. The guy is quick enough to back away, but he is still annoyed and excited about the skill. At the same time, before he can make his next move, the hero pulls him in using gravity and summons the centipede sword to slash him. Despite being attacked, the old man grins, admitting that it hurt more than their previous attacks. With Maria's life on the line, our boy knows he can't back down. Unequipping his weapon, he asks of the old man if he ever feels remorse for stealing from others. The old man laughs, saying he enjoys seeing victims die by their own stolen powers, believing their weakness is why they lose everything. Realizing there's no point in holding back, our boy uses his pendant and shifts into the great swordsman class. The entire group, including the old man, is in confusion. He asks if this is some kind of performance, but the hero responds that he will be the one dancing in this performance. Before he can finish, the old man vanishes and appears behind him, striking fast. A thin line of blood appears on the hero's cheek, caused by a shallow cut. The old guy laughs in excitement as he finally got what he wanted. However, when he tries stealing his skill, nothing happens. This confirms that the monster can only steal class skills and not the skills granted by equipment. Now that he is in the great swordsman class, the hero summons his blade back, and it immediately unlocks 2 new skills. The first increases the range of his poison, while the second gives him an additional blade. The old man still thinks he can win, but suddenly starts feeling the effects of paralyzing poison. Since he's standing within the range, it means that he can't use any skills, but it also reduces the user's health to 1, even though it can all end in 1 hit. Our boy confidently rushes in and slashes the monster with both swords, applying the mind's eye effect as well. The hit is so powerful that it kills him instantly, and he acquires the 3rd leaf. With him dead, the skills return back to their owners. Our boy turns back to notice the healer girl, already healing everyone, as she tries healing the vice president. He insists she treat the summoner girl first. While they're arguing about this, our boy can feel a much more sinister energy in the distance. The vice president thanks him for everything, but he tells him that it's still not over. It isn't long before the source of the energy shows himself. The 4th king turns out to be a green-haired kid named ARY who is at level 400, even though the boy looks harmless. The vice president warns the others not to relax. There is something strange about him. Before anyone can react, the 4th, he suddenly appears right in front of our boy, choosing him as his target because he considers him the strongest. The hero is startled, and the vice president is shocked that he couldn't even sense the boy's movement. The kid says he only enjoys fighting strong people because weaklings, his friends, break too quickly and bore him. The healer becomes angry at being called weak and scolds the kid, but he only dismisses her, saying he is talking to the hero and doesn't want interruptions. A moment later, all three of them find themselves trapped inside a curse barrier. This barrier locks its victims in place and slowly drains their HP. Our boy instantly understands how dangerous the situation is. If he doesn't act fast, the others might die. The kid mocks them for being weak enough to fall for such an attack and tells him to ignore them because he wants to play only with him. Our boy refuses to entertain him and attacks with the centipede sword, but the boy easily dodges and even praises him for his speed. He explains that he has been looking for someone who can keep up with him. To him, the other kings just don't cut it, since none of them can entertain him. But the hero he claims is different, someone he wants to play with forever. Our boy rejects him immediately, but the kid insists it's not his choice. He says he will continue fighting with him until his body breaks. If he falls apart, he'll simply eat him afterward. The hero answers with a threat of his own, promising to beat him up and drag what's left of him across the neighborhood. The kid laughs, calls this fun, and unleashes a barrage of thunder. Our boy dodges continuously, while the kid gleefully warns that one hit will disintegrate him. As annoying as the kid is, his power is real, and because the healer didn't heal him before the fight, his HP is still at 1. A single mistake will kill him. The kid becomes excited when he sees him use his black hole skill and wants to see more. Meanwhile, the healer regrets not healing him, but she can't do anything. The vice president reminds her that the curse barrier can only be broken by defeating the person who cast it. Our boy keeps dodging as the kid continues his assault. He wonders if the hero can absorb the twin blades, but he blocks with centipede, knowing the situation is getting worse. The kid is attacking nonstop, while also keeping the barrier active. His power is overwhelming. When blades fail, the kid switches to fire bullets, and soon after he doubles the attack. Using his summoning skill, fire rains from above. The hero finally counters, with Divide revealing that he has activated White Hole. The kid becomes even more excited, admitting that he expected him to absorb the fire instead of releasing the thunder he had absorbed earlier, now trembling with excitement. The kid adds Wind attribute to his attacks. The hero absorbs it into the black hole, but knows as he lacks the skills to finish the kid off. With only 1 HP left, he can't risk changing classes, and many of his other abilities are unusable due to cooldown or level restrictions. Next, the kid launches a martial arts skill called Light Dark Fist Wave, and he absorbs those too. While falling back, he begins piecing together a plan. The kid thinks he has reached his limit and urges him to keep entertaining him. But our boy suddenly declares he is done. The kid becomes confused and says that he is disappointed. Instead of giving up, the hero doubles down and tells the boy he is the one who is disappointing. Enraged, the kid insists he is strong, but he calls him immature for not understanding true strength. He explains that in order to be considered strong, you need to control at least 6 elements, but he can only control 5. One element is missing. Hearing this, the kid immediately fires in Aqua Burst to prove his power. Our boy absorbs the water with a smirk. The kid is stunned, since he didn't think he could absorb this. The hero then reveals that he tricked him earlier, when he had pretended he couldn't absorb water. Based attacks, to make him strike with a weaker version. Now that he has met all the conditions, his bracelets finally unlock their 3rd skills. He rises proudly, while the others watch helplessly from inside the barrier. He admits that the boy is strong, but he is still just a kid who is easy to fool. If the kid had used the hostages inside the barrier as real leverage, he might have won. The boy becomes furious at being looked down on and insists he never needed cheap tactics. and kept them alive only so they could watch. Although the boy claims the fight isn't over, our boy tells him confidently that for him, it already is. The kid charges forward with twin swords, but he calmly activates his universe skill, swallowing the boy in empty space. The boy continues to swing his sword around, trying to understand what is going on, but it's no use. The universe skill activates only when 6 or more elemental attributes are absorbed within a short time, and its cooldown lasts an entire month. Inside the void, the kid discovers he can't use any of his abilities. Our boy explains that the universe is an unfair technique designed to swallow everything within its reach, as if responding to his. The darkness closes in on the kid, isolating him completely. Panic hits him when he realizes he is now truly alone, with no one left to play with. As the void collapses, the hero tells him to enjoy that empty dimension by himself with the 4th king defeated. He receives the black clover marked with number 4, and the cursed barrier around his companions finally disappears. The healer girl immediately rushes to him, so she can heal him, and asks if he managed to defeat the kid. He assures her that the kid is gone, probably wandering around somewhere in the universe. The vice president thanks him for saving them again, but he insists they helped him just as much. After Maria heals the vice president, the summoner girl points out that there is nothing left in the dungeon worth exploring, and suggests they head back. He agrees, noting that the final king is gone, and he can't sense any magic power around. Suddenly, the girl notices that the door they used earlier has vanished. The group checks and realizes she's correct. The hero suspects this is one last trick from the kid, who always wanted to trap them and play forever. If the dungeon really came from a sage's class skill, they should be able to exit by now. Then an idea strikes him, and he quickly opens his inventory. When the healer asks what he's doing, he explains that he might have a way out, though he isn't sure it will work. He lines up the 4 black clovers and uses the 3rd demon lord's soul with them, switching his class to synthesizer. Then he activates his class skill synthesis, combining all the items together. The result is a hidden rank equipment called the Grim Reaper. Everyone is stunned when the skull, embedded in the weapon, suddenly starts laughing loudly, claiming it can finally smell fresh air after ages. The summoner girl assumes it's a gimmick, and the healer complains about the noise, asking him to lower the volume. The skull angrily insists it isn't a toy. Then it notices the hero and happily recognizes him as its new master. The Grim Reaper turns out to be a rare, talking weapon with a bold personality. It immediately starts chatting nonstop, asking the girls who they are dating, and teasing the vice president about his torn sleeve, as if it's a fashion statement. While its performance is divine level, it makes the group quite annoyed. Using the weapon, our boy opens up a gate, finally allowing them to leave the dungeon. The weapon brags that it can cut through anything its wielder imagines, though it mentions that it refuses to cut apart romantic relationships because it considers itself a gentleman. Our boy likes the weapon's impressive stats, but his ears start suffering from its constant chatter. Meanwhile, someone seems to be watching them from afar. But when the hero looks, the presence vanishes. The vice president once again thanks him and says they plan to return to the Adventurers Association to make their report, since he played such an important role. The guy invites him to come along. The hero is surprised, but he explains that the association now considers him a valuable witness. Remembering the earlier mention of questions, he knows the vice president will probably ask about the hidden equipment. He quietly worries that they might detain him, interrogate him, or even confiscate his equipment, and he briefly considers running away. But the vice president then mentions that the president himself wants to meet him too. That catches him off guard, and he asks for confirmation. The guy clarifies that the association is treating the nobody incident very seriously, though they won't force him to come. He thinks it over and then gives a smirk. Far away on Ground 8, a subordinate reports to 4 shadowy figures that the Quattro were all eliminated by humans during a surprise attack. He also reveals something even more. A human with divine equipment fought among them. The four are stunned. They haven't heard of divine equipment for over 1,000 years, and they know such weapons threaten everything they stand for. Even so, they remain loyal to their Lord Abyss and promise to destroy anyone who stands in their way. Back at the Adventurers Association, the vice president and the others stand before the President Jingsman. He praises their success and also expresses sorrow for the loss of Wyatt, who had been valuable, both as a person and to the association. He then thanks the hero sincerely. Our boy notices that the president gives off an aura far beyond that of an ordinary man. The old man introduces himself and explains why he summoned him, although he has become an important witness. The incident involving the nobodies is far from over. A subordinate activates a screen, showing footage of monsters running loose. Inside the city, everyone, including the hero, is stunned. He begins to wonder if this new threat is connected to the recent appearance of the nobodies. The old man explains that right after the nobodies were defeated, reports came in about a huge spike in monster activity in the cities of Ground 6. After confirming the situation, the association sent the remaining members of the League, along with the Special Extermination Forces, to handle it. Thankfully, civilians and adventurers have been evacuated for now. The vice president immediately suggests that they regroup with the forces already stationed on Ground 6. The president appreciates his quick thinking and asks if they are still in good enough condition to take another mission. The vice president assures him that they are in excellent shape, thanks to the healer's skill, even though the old man feels guilty about sending them out again. So soon the situation is too serious to delay. Reliable fighters are hard to secure right now, so he urges them to set out immediately. The healer girl observes that, while a large number of monsters have appeared, none of the nobodies have shown themselves yet. The old man confirms this, and she adds that the situation is manageable for now. But if a nobody as strong as the one they fought in the dungeon appears, the outcome will be far worse. The old man warns that they cannot lower their guard, yet the lack of sightings doesn't mean nobodies won't appear later. Our boy remembers that the vice president mentioned the nobodies possess intelligence. The vice president then asks about the other League members already deployed. The old man reports that Rolica managed to defeat a dungeon boss from a C-rank dungeon, causing all the monsters linked to that dungeon to disappear from the city. Hearing this, the summoner girl assumes that if they defeat all the dungeon bosses scattered around Ground 6, the monsters in the cities might vanish as well. The president agrees that this is their current working theory. However, he points out that the real issue is understanding how the monsters broke through the defensive walls in the first place. Without that answer, they risk entering an endless cycle where monsters return every time the dungeon bosses respawn. Moreover, they also don't know if the nobodies are connected to this or not. For now, they have no choice but to clear the monsters currently overrunning the cities. The president confirms that this is their immediate objective. He explains that the other League members are already heading to the A, DB, and E-ranked dungeons. Only an F-rank and an S-rank dungeon remain unassigned. The vice president decides they will take care of those. Meanwhile, our boy notices that the president hasn't mentioned anything about the hidden equipment and wonders if the vice president chose not to report it before he can relax. The old man calls his name and asks to speak with him. He acknowledges his help in defeating the nobodies, but makes it clear that this next matter is separate. Out of nowhere, the old man straightens his posture and releases a heavy aura, saying he cannot trust someone's strength without confirming it himself. Our boy knows that the president is the strongest person he has encountered, so far even stronger than the kid, and realizes that he might not win, even if he uses all of his hidden rank equipment. Just as he prepares to respond, the vice president steps between them and reminds the old man that they don't have time for this. The president laughs, pats our boy on the shoulder, and brushes it off as an old habit. He asks him to lend them his strength and praises his talent again. noting that he is strong enough to defeat monsters that even the vice president's team struggled with. The hero replies that he has no responsibility toward the association, but since he owes the vice president a favor, he will help this time. He confidently claims he can defeat more monsters than even the League of Eight. To prove it, he states that he will take on the most difficult target, the S-ranked dungeon. Hearing this, the old man smirks through his massive beard and accepts his suggestion. Without wasting time, our boy jumps out of the association building. Through the window, he knows the nobodies could appear again at any moment. So his focus now is securing the next hidden equipment. He and the summoner girl enter the S-ranked dungeon. On ground 6, she releases the fire spirit, burning the monsters around them. But the overwhelming number of enemies quickly exhausts her. When she looks over, she sees the hero cutting down monsters with a centipede sword, clearly enjoying himself. She wonders if he is motivated by the conditions he set with the president, but he explains that those conditions are more like insurance. She suspects he is up to something again, but he insists she shouldn't make him sound like a criminal. He reminds her that he is helping the association, so it benefits both sides. Before she can question him further, a call interrupts her. Meanwhile, he thinks about the material he needs for the next piece of hidden gear. Its drop rate is extremely low, so he needs to be patient while hunting. With the current mass outbreak and the League deployed everywhere, the chances of getting it should be better than before. The president contacts the girl for a status update. She replies that everything is fine, aside from the overwhelming number of monsters. He asks if the two of them can manage the dungeon alone, since the other League members are leading teams. Elsewhere, the hero answers confidently, saying that if they can't handle something of this scale, they don't deserve recognition for their strength. Anyway, the old man laughs at his confidence and leaves the dungeon to them. As our boy continues slaughtering monsters, the girl quietly observes that he is just as strange as the old man, but there's no denying his incredible skill. The president gives an update on the remaining dungeons. Leon Gargant and Ryu's teams are moving smoothly and are close to reaching their dungeon bosses. The vice president and the healer's teams are also performing as expected and closing in on their targets with their usual reliability. Hearing this, she feels relieved and asks about Reluca. The president admits that the guy hasn't checked in, which is normal for him. The girl comments that he is in the same category of eccentrics as the hero and the president. The president reassures her that his last report came before entering a ranked dungeon, and that since he hasn't asked for backup, he is most likely handling it on his own. The girl agrees, knowing that he is the strongest among the League members. When the call ends, our boy casually tells her to keep moving forward because he has already cleared the monsters ahead. Meanwhile, the president contacts the other teams again, and all of them seem to be doing well. The president is pleased that everything is going well. Then, unexpectedly, Reluca calls in and asks about the progress of the other squads. The president reminds him that he should be the one reporting instead, and the guy laughs. Before explaining that he has just arrived at the A-ranked dungeon and is heading inside, the president points out his delay, and the guy casually mentions that he ran into some trouble on the way, but dealt with it. Before ending the briefing, the president instructs all teams to report immediately if anything unusual happens. He also uses this chance to tell them about the hero. Leon laughs when he hears about the bold newcomer, but admits he likes his confidence. Rose stays silent, though he clearly seems interested. Gigant, however, finds it irritating that someone spoke so rudely to the president. The president calms them by saying that, although the new guy is cheeky, he isn't a bad person. With that, he ends a call. The blue hair guy notices the president's interest in the newcomer and becomes curious as well. Back inside the S-rank dungeon, the hero and the summoner girl stand before the demon lord, Iron Golem the boss. looks over the corpses of the monsters around him, surprised that anyone has made it this far. Our boy announces that he will fight the demon god alone, and the girl accepts his decision. However, before the battle starts, a blue-haired guy suddenly appears out of nowhere, startling both of them. After a quick look at the hero, he decides he wants to see the rookie's abilities for himself. Our boy has no idea who this man is, but the overwhelming power he senses makes it clear that this guy is on the same level as the president, maybe even stronger. The girl calls him Reluka, and he finally realizes he is from the League of A. The man explains that he heard about the rookie, challenging the association, and came to take a look. The summoner girl mentions that the president said he was heading to a ranked dungeon, but he casually adds that he already finished it and came straight here. She is shocked, since it hasn't been long since the president last contacted her. Suddenly the demon lord hurls a huge rock at them, annoyed that they are talking so casually. In front of him, he accuses them of underestimating him. The guy apologizes cheerfully and jumps far away to watch from a distance. The summoner girl is shocked that he really came just to spectate. Our boy tells her to step back as well. She wonders whether Reluka's presence is making him uncomfortable, but his growing aura makes it clear that he is locked in. The demon lord is surprised that he intends to fight alone. He mocks them by saying the woman wouldn't make much difference either way, which immediately irritates her. She tries to step in, but he insists on handling the fight himself. Blue-haired guy watches with interest, knowing there is only one reliable method to defeat an S-ranked demon lord. He is curious to see what approach this rookie will take. The hero charges forward, using the demon lord's massive hand as a springboard to leap upward before slashing downward with the centipede sword. The boss blocks with its heavy arms, but is clearly surprised by his raw strength, especially considering the number of monsters he had to cut down to reach this place. Our boy keeps attacking him with centipede, but he quickly realizes the creature is far tougher than he expected. He suspects its strength has increased because of the Nobody incident. Normally, this demon lord should be around level 350, but now it stands at level 400. Even so, he still sees it as nothing compared to the kid from before. From the sidelines, the girl watches and understands just how formidable this boss is. He may not match Quattro's attack power, but his defense is on another level. Its armor is so thick that landing a clean hit feels almost impossible. Reluka watches the fight as well, but slowly grows disappointed. To him, the hero is relying too much on brute force, and the battle begins to look dull. He admits that he has never heard of a rookie reaching this point alone, even with Mila's support, and he accepts that he is far above a normal adventurer. Still, he wonders why the president is so interested in him. Our boy closes the gap again and manages to strike at the demon lord's heart. The blue-haired guy notices the core emerging earlier than expected and asks the girl if she gave him any hints, but she says she told him nothing. This makes him even more curious. If the hero is truly a rookie, then this should be his first time facing this demon lord outside of the early tutorial phase. So how did he know about the core? The sixth demon lord hides its core inside its body, and the reward changes depending on the power used to destroy it. Our boy could defeat it using Centipede, which would be enough. But instead, he draws Grim Reaper, choosing a weapon that shows he intends to prove his strength. As soon as Grim Reaper appears, the skull on the weapon bursts into wild laughter. It spots the summoner girl and asks if they are both on a cave date or something. The other guy continues watching and tries to decide whether the early core reveal was luck. What truly matters is whether he can earn an S. Rank rewards something that only he, the president, and a very small number of others have managed. Grim Reaper seems impressed by the Demon Lord as well and activates its second skill. The requirement for the skill is a level gap of 200 or more between the user and the target. Our boy takes advantage of the Demon Lord's boosted level and turns the situation in his favor. Reluka's curiosity grows even more as the hero prepares himself with one clean and precise motion. He slices the core into two perfect halves.